It's like the Italians. It's like, yeah. Five 46 p.m. Today is the Special Finance Committee meeting that was called by myself and Councilwoman Judy Priestley. Call to order, Madam Clerk. Roll call.
Okay.
Roll call.
Ms. Lewis,
Present.
Mr. Murphy,
Present.
Ms. Priestley,
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Present.
Ms. Burns,
Present.
Ms. Herkenroder.
Present.
Thank you.
We have 6 present. The reading of disorderly persons city code subsection. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of Flint City Code Section 31-10, disorderly conduct, assault and battery, and disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given 1 warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators shall be removed from the meeting. Public speaking. Are there any public speakers? Please approach the podium and state your name.
Hello, the peoples of Flint. My name is R.L. Mitchell, and I reside at 759 East Linden Street on the north side, 1 block away from Mays Ward, Councilman Mays. And I'm going to talk about the new amendments, what we put on the amendments tonight. We're going to the House of Esther. And Madam Chair, you talk pretty good at the police department, because nobody can get in touch with the police on TV last night. They can get in touch with you to call police. You're doing the best you can. But to you, through Ms. Wortham, the school teacher, as once again, you see her absent there, but I'm asking Ms. Worthy to change her no vote to yes vote for the House of Esther, and tell my councilman to get on board with her, Councilman Murphy, because Sunday she got courageous and saw me walking out there in Burton. She pulled me over and said, "Mitchell, where you going? Get in the car. I know exactly where you're going. My mother be seeing you every time you walk out here in Burton." My church is right behind my mama's house. And she took her canine, refused to let me in the car, but she was scared of her, but she told her canine to act right. I want her to tell her, Miss Priestley, to act right too, and get on and vote and show us the kindness like that other councilman always be empty chair over there. And she took me to my church, and my church was surrounded by bulldozers. I thought it was another Buffalo, New York situation. And she said she's coming back with her mama. And I want y'all to get on board with Miss Wortham, the school teacher, because I wonder if it's because what I said about her students, her young peoples over there don't pray. That's why the man of God told his daughter to kick him out, kick the school teacher out of the lock, put a padlock on the door and said, "Now take that."
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Any more public speakers?
Thank you. My name is Chris Del Morone. I live in Flint, Michigan. We're here about the budget, and I still want to make it, and I still think there's time to make it the people's budget. And by that, what I mean is, what will help the people of the city of Flint? What can they get out of this budget? It shouldn't be something only for the city. I mean, though what's good for the city is probably good for the people, but I think what's good for the people is even better. So over the years, we know many residents of the city of Flint have lost their home for one reason or the other. And I would be prepared to argue that part of the reason they've lost their homes is because of a series of things that happen. We know about the high water bills. That would be one. The other is the special assessment on their property taxes for the streetlights. That used to come out of general fund. It never came, let me say, directly out of their pockets. Secondly, would be the garbage pickup. Now, that used to be I'm going to call it a line item millage, but now it's a special assessment. So we've seen those three increases: the water, the streetlights, the garbage. But not only that, if they itemize their deductions, they cannot itemize the streetlight special assessment nor the garbage special assessment. And thirdly, well, I lost track, but we'll say in addition to all that, we in the city of Flint pay a 1% income tax. No other municipality in Genesee County pays that. The residents have to pay that. So these are things we can look at, if I can sum up, these are the things we can look at to make this budget more of a people's budget and not what I call a city budget. And I dare say that because so many people lost their houses, these are the major reasons, and it kept the city from going bankrupt, but the people lost their houses. So take that into account at this budget. You know, find out how much we pay every year for the Rutherford parking deck, because we back the bonds when the DDA cannot make the payments. We're talking millions and millions of dollars here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Del Moroni.
There's so much to pack in 2 minutes. Let's start off by saying HB Arthur Woodson. All right, I'm sorry. There's so much to pack in this right here. HB 5512. State Rep Neely, Cynthia Neely, voted with the Republicans. It's to give the judge total authority to deny a medical patient. And the Democrats felt up in Lansing a month ago that this is to chip away at the medical marijuana law, or the medical marijuana law. So I couldn't believe that she voted along with the Republicans on that to give the judge total authority. Let me have her speak on this. Master fee schedule. Cut the water bills in half. Cut it in half, meaning move the per capita per cubic feet, or per cubic feet from 100, move it up to 500, and that will cut the bills in half, because the city of Flint pays per 1,000 cubic feet, and once it gets here, they charge us per 100 cubic feet, and it is on the master fee schedule, and I think it was, last I looked, at $6.92 per 100 cubic feet, and we pay like $10.22 per 1,000 cubic feet to Detroit. That's why KWA is so cheap. Let's talk about the wind funds. Been asking, how much money do we have in the wind funds? They rushed y'all to vote on Roe getting $2.9 million. Why do we not have any RFPs that we can see online right now? Since it was such a hurry, you know, so big, a rush. They have until September the 30th to do the service line. They have until 12/31/22 to spend the wind funds. Pavement companies shut down in November, so they put out the RFP right now. You might not see who gets it until July. August, September, October. You got about 4 months to do road restoration. That's 8,500 yards and 1,500 service lines. So why do they not have an RFP out right now? Lang said, they saying that Lang isn't going to do it. Lang isn't going to do it, and Goyette isn't going to do it. So they got to put an RFP out. So ask, how much money do we have total in wind funds? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Whitson. Are there any more public speakers? Any more public speakers? Council, would anyone like to respond?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Councilman Priestley, you have the floor.
Mr. Del Moroni, you know I do taxes, and I know what the result of switching the property tax from, I looked back in 2010, I think we were getting 3 mills. We were paying 3 mills for taxes, for garbage collection, excuse me, and now it's a set fee. I just compared my taxes for 2010 and 2022, or whatever, last year's taxes, 21, and they're about the same amount of money for summer taxes, which kind of shocked me. So, but that's because the property values haven't changed much since I've, in those many years. Also about the income tax, there are 18 cities in the state that charge income tax, and most charge 1% for residents and 0.5% for non-residents. Saginaw's 1.5% for residents, and Detroit, it says 2.4. The last time I did a Detroit tax return, it was 3%, so that's gone down a little bit. So, you know, we really do depend on that income. We could raise our income tax, but how much money would we get? And do we really want residents to foot more of that bill? I don't know what the answer is, but I just wanted to let you know that. That was my research.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Anyone else would like to respond to public speakers?
Yeah, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'm always try to respond to the public speakers, particularly the people who I see keeping up, understanding what's going on. That includes you, R.L. Mitchell. People be, I done found out people is smarter than folks give them credit for, the public. I didn't hear what you were saying, Mr. Del Maroney, and I'm going to concentrate on the budget today, but I'll look at it when I get home and see what you said. I heard part of what you said, Mr. Woodson, and you know, this administration, 2.5 years in, some of them water issues between the council and the administration, the old council, the new council, you just have to put that stuff on the agenda. And then when you put it on the agenda, you get it right and you fix it. And people have to show up. You know, I used to make agendas. Do you know that? But then the agenda changed. Some changed along the way. And now I don't set the agenda. I'm guarded by police. What's happening, y'all? There's 2 police here today. People took the agenda away. But I'm going to set some agendas, and we're going to take care of the city. Today, I'm going to concentrate on the budget. I'll listen to what you said, and I'll respond to it because they're good issues. Wind fund, the water and sewer fund, the rates, the master fee schedule finna be adopted. But my point is I'm finna concentrate on the budget. I'm finna try to move millions of dollars, and I'm gonna do it. It's gonna be a record made. What these people up here do with me will be their business. But I'll sleep well at night because I'm finna try to fix the police department. I'm finna try to clean up all this trash and blight, and it takes money. I'm gonna see if folks ready to put their money where their mouth is, and we gonna see what's happening. Great day in the city of Flint for moving money. Thank you. I'm always glad to see the public.
Thank you, Councilman Mays. Anyone else?
Yes.
Councilman Murphy, you have the
Thank
floor,
you.
sir.
Let me respond to R.L. Mitchell. You spoke about the Esther House and me needing to get on board to support Esther House. I'm not sure if you're aware when I spoke about the Esther House and I talked about my mother and a group putting together a room in Esther House and me helping my mother bring items there to make sure that the Esther House was up and running. I think my auntie Elisa Summers helped them work on this particular room. So I support the Esther House. I want you to know that. But during the time that the building was being lost, not only was the Esther House in there, there was a school located in that particular area. The city of Flint gave the Esther House 30 days to come up with the finances to secure. There were alleged partners that was willing to work with them to secure the funding. For some reason or another, they did not want to collaborate and work with those particular groups to secure funding. So therefore, however, they wanted to secure funding for Esther House in that 30 days. That did not happen. But there were opportunities for them, and investors wanted to come in and support them in a effort. So I want you to know that it's more to just the Esther House having first rights of refusal. Not only was the Esther House was in there, the school was closed because the owner did not have insurance, and you cannot operate a school without insurance. So there was 2 entities in the Esther House. So I just want to be careful how we move forward with the Esther, and I don't want you to think that I don't support the Esther. I want everybody to eat.
Are you done, sir? Mr. Murphy, are you done, sir?
Yep.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to speak? Anyone else that hasn't spoken? Well, I will speak last. Thank you for the public speakers, R.L., Mr. Del Maroney, and Mr. Woodson for taking your time to come to council chambers. I appreciate listening to your input, and I always take notes. I understand what you're saying, Mr. Del Moroni, in regards to a people's budget, but we have been presented with a deficit budget. We're not balanced, so I don't know where we make cuts at. And there's a lot of cuts that, as my colleagues have talked about, we've all got concerns. Mr. Mitchell, it's nice that you were shown some kindness to get a ride and to show some kindness, and we all strive to be better. And Mr. Woodson, the water, when you talk about, you've been talking about probably 4 years to change the amount of per cubic foot, to adjust that so that the water is more affordable. And that's what people are looking for. They want something that's affordable. And our water is high, our insurance is high, living in Flint is high. And we still can't drink or feel safe to drink the water from the tap without a filter. So that is a problem. I appreciate your time. Thank you for coming in and speaking. And now we're going to move forward with the budget and the purpose of the meeting. The purpose of the meeting is to discuss the fiscal year 2022 to 2023 proposed budget, as well as possible amendments to the budget. Mr. Whittigan, I'm quite sure, sir, there's going to be he's on his way down. Is there anyone who would like to start speaking, or we want to wait for Mr. Whittigan? I don't know, is he changing his mind? You were headed the wrong way. I kind of feel you on that one. How are you today?
Good.
Good.
The heat works in here.
Yeah, listen,
I might be losing the suit coat. I might.
the heat does work in here, or should I say the air is not on.
Right.
You know, and it's funny, because on my way here, I thought that someone had opened up a fire hydrant. That's not a bad idea now, except for it's illegal. That's the first time I've seen you without a blazer.
Yeah. No fancy tonight.
That's okay, get comfortable. Okay,
Too bad.
thank you for joining us. There were some questions that we have in regards to the budget. Moving forward, we want to do it in basically an organized way. There are questions. We are presented with a deficit budget. And I'm going to allow my colleagues to start, because there were some amendments, there were some changes, there were some things, and I think that you would be able to better help us to let us know moving money from certain accounts to other accounts to make sure it's correct, because that was one of the requests, or just we're doing it as a whole, proposing to move it. I know there's some more amounts that some of the budgets that people want to remove to try to create a more balanced budget. But to start, I think we need, for the public, for an understanding, can you give us our proposed budget and what we bring in first, so that the public can understand?
What are we bringing in the revenues?
Correct. We are with our budget, and I'm sorry, our fiscal year 2020 proposed budget, our forecasted budget, what we're bringing in, and what we actually have, and what is the amount of our deficit.
So your total revenues proposed for FY23, which starts coming up here next, is $50,712,081. Total expenditures, it's a decrease of $6.4 million from last year, but it's $64,806,151. So that would require us to use fund balance in the tune of $14 million. So it is, for 23, we have a proposed balanced budget using fund balance. It's 2024, the forecasted budget, we have if things stay the way they are, deficit budget, with revenues decreasing slightly, mainly due to revenue sharing decreases. That next year, the revenues are $49.9 million, with expenditures around $69.5 million. That brings you to a deficit in 2024 of $15.8 million, and the main driver of that is our rising pension costs.
Okay, and so with our pension costs, we did have MERS here to discuss that we need a $250 million, I don't even know what to call that.
Lump sum is what
Lump
we've been-
sum,
Yeah. lump sum.
gift, blessing.
Madam
Right.
Chair.
Councilman Mays.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I know you said to help the public understand, but this is kind of basic. We taking in 50 million in revenue and we propose spending out 64 million, 14 million more than we taking in. When this administration came into play, we had a $24 million fund balance, a surplus. And as you can hear if you read between the lines, I like to make it plain for the public. Either we're going to spend more than we take in and continue to eat up that $24 million fund balance that had been put in place with hard work, or we going to take away from this budget, hopefully with no layoffs, add money from the ARPA funds, and move forward. I don't want to interrupt your train of thought communicating to the public, but, you know, the administration communicates with the public different than Councilman Mays. I'll wait and see if you'll give me the floor so we can get on with the exercise of what we came here to do and take it from there. So without interrupting you, I don't know if y'all finished, but when you do finish, I would like to get the floor.
Absolutely, and I will go last. So I know that we want to, or I do want to kind of complete Mr., and I will give you the floor next council, but after I just make some things straight, clear things, but clarity, sorry for that. One of the biggest concerns Council Mays did discuss, which was, can you tell us why do we have a deficit budget now?
A couple, I mean, to Councilman Mays' point, you know, we can go back on our website and look at past administration's budgets. If you flip to the far back of the budget book, there's always, just by history, a 5-year forecast, right? So it does the next year, which is 23, the next year, which is 24, and then 3 additional years beyond that. Past administrations in FY22, you can see they also projected a deficit. Our tab minutes, you know, they talked about a deficit, and the main driver is just those pension costs jumping up so high is the main catalyst. On top of that, of no fault to the councils, but our revenues are dropping, right? Population decline of 20,000, that killed us. The state investment in cities with the decrease in revenue sharing, that's hurting us. Property values haven't really skyrocketed. Income tax, that gets hurt as population goes down. So it's really a perfect storm of disinvestment from big companies like General Motors, past, you know, emergency managers that have kind of kicked the can down the road, and our pension costs skyrocketing is what the main drivers are.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Whittigan, we about, less than a week from our budget deadline to adopt and or amend the budget before the first Monday in June. That's what the public should know. We in less than a week. And for me, after 8 or 9 budgets, I'm concerned. I'm concerned because everybody knows who lives in Flint is that we're weak in the area of public safety. Public safety is a priority. It's a charter mandated, it's a government priority to make the city safe for people to live in. And this city being safe, in my opinion, has something to do with the Flint Police Department. We lacking in personnel. We got over 8,000 or so complaints backlogged in the Detective Bureau. We ain't even up technology-wise, camera-wise in the department, and we can do better. We had stuff happen this weekend downtown. People getting killed, injured, people shooting guns, making crowds scatter. Public safety is number one. Then I'm going to get to blight. The exercise today included, in my opinion, both you and Ernst & Young. Now, if you're prepared to answer for Ernst & Young, we'll find out. But Mr. Whittigan, have Ernst & Young and your department settled on an amount of money at this time for lost revenue from the ARPA funds? Because that lost revenue money can go into the general fund. What amounts are y'all playing around with, or do you know as of today?
Yeah, that's a great question, because you're right. We can use ARPA dollars to replace lost revenue in the city's budget. So as of right now, we've met with the ad hoc ARPA committee. We're going to finish up our final review of the mayor's draft budget and get that to you here shortly. But what you'll see is FY23, we're looking to set aside around $8.15 million of ARPA to go towards maintaining city services, and that also keeps you, the city, from your fund balance falling below policy levels, which is 15% of expenditure.
Let me try to make it quick and fast, because I want to get out the way for other council members, and listen to me close. So right now, y'all pointed out $8 million in lost revenue. That's legitimate. That can be transferred to the general fund as of today or prior to Monday coming up. That's your figure, $8 million?
Yeah, for FY23, yeah.
Okay, $8 million. How much? Mr. City Attorney, if our staff ain't taking notes, can you take notes of this amount? What is the exact amount, Mr. Whittigan?
8.15 million.
8.15 million. And I'm asking the city attorney's office we want to draw up a resolution. I want to see if this council will vote on a resolution transferring 8.1 million, what they said, from the ARPA funds to the general fund. What accounts would that come from, Mr. Whittigan? This is what I need you to take a note on.
It's the ARPA fund, which is, I think, 287.
Well, let's try to get it right. That's what we're here for.
I can get you that. I don't know that one off the top of my head.
See, that's why I'm hoping folk come prepared. We might have to meet again on Thursday if we don't have this stuff right. But, Mr. City Attorney, Mr. Belzer, it would transfer out of the ARPA fund, whatever the account number would be, into the general fund. They start with 101. Even if we do the generic language without the account numbers, I'm sure he can get them between now and Monday to the whatever, and then we'll see if the council vote that resolution up or down. Mr. Whittigan, we're not punished for transferring that $8 million amount, knowing that we could transfer maybe up to $35 million. We still would have those opportunities in future weeks and months.
Yeah, I mean, you have opportunities anytime during the budget to do an amendment.
Well, that's what I want to know, but right now we have control of the budget. Mr. Whittigan, what about the expenditures in the police department? Personnel, equipment. One of the categories for ARPA funds is crime prevention. What those gentlemen do, and ladies and gentlemen in the police department, for me is crime prevention. Have y'all crunched any numbers on what is in the budget for crime prevention that can be replaced with ARPA funds, and do you have an amount on that?
Theoretically, with the guidelines, you can replace public safety expenditures with ARPA dollars and use those expenditures elsewhere. So,
which categories? All of them?
Almost, just essentially, yeah. But, from payroll to equipment.
So personnel we can.
Yes.
Without looking at my notes, personnel, maybe you can find it faster. I can find it if we need to. We got about $9 million in expenditures for salaries and personnel. Would that be a fair statement?
Yeah, 9.89.
You get that, Mr. City Attorney, 9.89. in salaries and personnel.
Correct, that's
And
personnel
I want a
services.
resolution drawn up to see if we can replace that category of money with ARPA funds, or at least a portion of it. If you draw it up, well, what's the figure, Mr. Whittigan?
Sorry, the personnel services is 9.89 million.
9.89 million.
In the,
And it would come from the ARPA fund account,
Yeah, and that, I was right, that is 287.
287. You get that, Mr. City Attorney? And it would go to the general fund, which is
101.
101. Okay, so that means the first figure was what? The first figure for lost revenue was about what, 8 or 9 million?
Yeah, 8.15.
So we up to about 16, 17 million. And so I want to stop there. I look at a budget amendment for hiring civilians in the police department to go through those backlog complaints in the detective bureau. I'm going to look at about 20 folks, because you got over 8,000 complaints, in my opinion, backlog. Some of the people is in the stack 5, 6, 7, 8 times. They need to be cleaned up, some of them, off the street. So 20 personnel, if they 50,000 or less, and you double that for any benefits, that's about 100,000. So if you got 20 of them, that's 2 million. Listen to this, Mr. City Attorney. Have you got the sheet with the legal opinion in front of you?
No, I do not.
Okay. Janelle, can we get the city attorney a copy of that sheet? And on letter D, Mr. Belzer, city attorney, it says that the request appears to serve a public person trying to clean up them backlog complaints, but fails to specify the amount appropriated. Now, we're going to start out with an amount of 2 million. So for subsection D, Madam Chair, do we have that?
Hold on, just, he's checking.
And then I'll get out the way after 2 or 3, 4 proposals. Then I'll wait to see what others say. Then I'll come back and deal with it. But I want to start with public safety. So subsection D, Mr. City Attorney, the amount that will be allocated would be 2 million, and the money would come from the general fund. That's why we're going to see if we can get that money in the general fund first. So 2 million, that's going to go to the detective department to try to clear up some of them backlog complaints, depending on what the council and this administration do. So it would be allocated from the general fund, and it would go to what fund, Mr. Whittigan?
I'm sorry, one more time?
Okay, what fund would go to the detective bureau or the police department for hiring civilian personnel to clean up them complaints? What account number would that be?
I would imagine that would likely be still in the general fund 101.
Say that again.
Likely still in general fund 101.
So it would come from one 101 fund and go to the other 101 fund? It's got to get to the police department.
You're using it for ARPA dollars?
ARPA, yeah.
Yeah,
The idea is we would take lost revenue and personnel from the ARPA dollars and put it in the general fund. The ARPA dollars that would go to police personnel, what fund would that be?
So it would go from 287, which is your ARPA fund, to 101 for police personnel services.
101 for police personnel services. Mr. City Attorney, you get that?
I missed what you just said, but I was asked also to clarify just that any requests
Well, let's try to get it straightened out.
come in writing to the to our
We've got a
department.
proposed budget amendment for moving the personnel money from the police department whatever fund that is for salaries and personnel.
Right.
We want to remove that money and put it back in the general fund.
I'm sorry, Councilman Mays, just a second. So you, I'll do that. Councilman, so I will send it in writing
Gotcha.
to Attorney Foster. Attorney King, wanted to put him in it. So, and I want to clarify, Attorney King wants it in writing to the legal department. I will do that. So
And I'm not studying what Attorney Kim wants. We set up a working meeting, and I don't want to I want it on the record. This man sitting here know what accounts the money come from and where it go to. An amendment I'm asking, however y'all do it. If it don't go through right, Ms. Burns, and you want to take that responsibility, glad to let you have it. But I want to go for the record. Mr. Whittaker, the salaries from the police department, whatever account that is, we would take that money out and put it back in the general fund. That would be one proposed amendment. The next one, we would take the same amount of money from the ARPA funds and transfer it into where we just took out of personnel. Whatever them funds between you, Ms. Burns, and the city attorney, if she want to do that responsibility behind the scenes, so be it. That's my proposed, that's two different amendments. One take out, one put in. The next one would
Councilman
be,
Mays, just for clarity, this is not what I want to do, but it is, who is the chief legal attorney, and I request that it is not dropped. I don't have a problem making sure your request is done, but I want to make sure that I send it to return, but I want to clarify. Mr. Whittaker, I need to, Councilman Mays has asked for subsection D. I mean, he wants to remove $2 million from account 287 ARPA funds, $2 million to account 101 general fund. Councilman Mays, is that correct?
I want to move $2 million
$2 million.
straight to the police department from the ARPA funds. That $2 million would hire civilians. That's a third amendment. That $2 million would hire civilians to go through them complaints.
Okay, so the first one, which we're taking from 287 account, which is ARPA funds, correct, Mr. Whittaker?
Correct.
And then we would take into general fund. Are you requesting, I don't think we have the account number for the exact police personnel account. Or is that what you're requesting?
Yeah, that's what I thought we would be here today. If I look at my book, I probably can find it quicker than some. I'll go to the police department. It's going to show you the amount for salaries and personnel. He say that can be replaced with ARPA money. We already got an amendment to take it out, and then we want an amendment to put it in the general fund. Now, this is a third amendment for the police department. We would take $2 million from the ARPA funds and put it directly in the police department budget, however they get it to that detective bureau. The detective bureau need help. So you see those three resolutions, Attorney Belson?
Yes.
You got it? Okay, now, and if there's some questions, we can circle back. And now, an amendment for police recruitment and hiring, which would be subsection E. The request appears to serve a public service. This would be advertising for police recruitment, hiring, and bonuses for police in that category. And I'm thinking that that budget amendment, the money would come from the ARPA fund, y'all calling it the 287 fund, and it would go in a fund in the police department for advertising and hiring and police bonus. We did a $500,000 similar bonus hiring for police. And so whatever fund that would be, That would be the missing information right now.
And that is for E, Councilman Mays, and how much, what was the numerical amount?
We gonna go with that advertising and recruitment budget, 1 million. 1 million. Now these would be the camera budget. Ms. Winfrey Carter have fought for this one. And the request appears to serve a public purpose. That's subsection C. But it fails to specify the amount. I remember Chief Green was saying that these sophisticated cameras was running $12,000 apiece. 10 of them would be $120,000, and 100 of them would be 1.2 million. So I'm gonna go 1.2 million for 100 of them out of the ARPA funds, unless Ms. Winfrey Carter say go 200 or 300. I don't mind spending 3.6 million if we don't have police personnel for cameras, but I'm gonna start slow. I'm gonna go with 100 of them for 1.2 million, money coming out of the ARPA funds to whatever account that would have to go in the police department. Mr. Whittaker, that's why you was here to give us account numbers between you and the city attorney's office. They gave us a written document of what we needed to do. Okay. Now, and then I'm gonna take a breath. I'm gonna take a breath after this. 2 more things I'm gonna say and take a breath. This one gonna be controversial just like the rest of them. I'm a controversial guy. I wanna do a second round of premium pay for the public safety and the other employees in City Hall. We know that was about 2.6 million, and we know it was about 528 employees. That money would come from the ARPA fund as the first round of premium pay, and it would go in whatever fund pays those folks out.
What was, Councilman Mays, what was your amount again, please?
Last time I think we paid out 2.6 million. This time I'm gonna try to get it, Mr. Whittaker, not on their same payroll check, on the off week. Because when we gave them money on that same payroll check for those who had worked overtime and the taxes, I'm gonna specifically see if we approve this second round, I want it paid on the off week so it don't interfere with the checks for overtime and whatever. And then finally, before I take a breath, and I'm gonna skip some in public safety, I'm gonna come back to public safety, but Arnold Brown in subsection F talked about an amendment for blight personnel and equipment. The city attorney's memo say this request appears to serve a public purpose, but fails to specify the amount. Mr. Whittaker, do you know if the blight elimination category can use ARPA funds, or do we need to pull from the general fund?
No, blight is definitely an allowable use of ARPA funds.
And you ain't scared to say that without Brian Jarzinski here.
No.
So you must have then had some conversation with the $1 million compliance fund.
Absolutely.
Okay, good. Because I was wondering why he wasn't here. So let me circle back, Madam Chair, on the amounts, because while other council people talk, and they might already have the amount. Arnold Brown wanted front-end loaders. Arnold Brown wanted people with CDL license, certain dump trucks. He wanted 2 garbage trucks. And so I'm gonna try to do that amendment. But I'm fixing to be courteous to my colleagues. I'm gonna ask to be excused as I try to add some of this stuff up, sit and listen, and hopefully others will come. I ain't gonna forget about Brennan and Hasselbrink, but this meeting ain't over yet. Thank you so much.
So, Councilman Mays, before you
Yeah, be
review,
excused.
you are requesting 4.2 million. You want 1.2 million budget for cameras. And you want 2 million for budget amendment for hiring civilians. And you want 1 million budget amendment for advertising for police, which gives you a total request to move from the Fund 287 ARPA fund to Fund 101 General Fund. So you have 4.2 million in requests. Is that correct?
That might very well be correct. Hopefully, after all council people do their requests, if any, we can go over it and then I'll pay attention and check and double check. But so far, so good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Through-
May I be excused for a
No, I
second?
have a question for you, please. Because I was writing down your numbers and keeping track. Were you requesting 2.6 for premium pay at this point, or no?
No.
Oh, yeah, I'm gonna have that resolution drawn up, whether the
But at
council.
this moment, you don't have it? Or
No, ain't
should I
none of them
put it on
drawn
the
up
list?
until the city attorney draw them up.
I'm keeping track of the money.
That's gonna be one, hopefully, that'll be drawn up
Okay.
and we'll vote on. It'll vote up or down. And we might do some voting before this meeting is up to keep them from having to draw up stuff that might not pass.
Well, I guess the question is are you proposing to put that in the resolution now, or are you going to come back with that? Because I'm trying to keep track.
No, that
where
would
we
be
are.
now.
Okay.
These are individual
2.6
resolutions
million
that'll
for
be
premium
voted
pay.
up or down.
So you're up to 6.8 million that you have in request.
Yeah.
Yep.
Hopefully, the media will watch the process of the council and see what we're proposing and what'll go up or down. And, then at the end, we'll have a proposed budget amendment. Now, keep in mind, some folks might want to accept the budget as it is and it won't be none. But I think, yeah, the short answer would be yes, that would be enough.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to.
Madam
make sure
Chair,
my
may I?
question was right.
Yes. Anyone else? Councilman Murphy, you have the floor. He's up to his mic. You have the floor, sir.
Hello, all right. So I wanted to hear the recommendations at our, excuse me, at our last meeting. We recommended to you where we wanted to move money. I heard from a financial guy. I wanted to hear from you, what did you guys work on since the last time we had the meeting? So I just wanted to hear what you guys put together first before I actually start asking my questions. So we made recommendations where we wanted to see some money. And I'm just now receiving this. I was looking forward to receiving the changes that you guys
Okay.
put together prior to coming to this meeting so I could see.
Well, each person has had, Councilman Priestley just went through some, but you okay first? Do you need to stand or? Okay. Okay. Those were to be emailed. We were to discuss them here, Councilman Murphy. I know that you wanted to have 50 million to go to the ombudsman's office. 50,000 to go to the ombudsman's office, and you wanted money to go to Haskell Center. I have not, and then Councilwoman Priestley just showed me right before we started some cuts that she wants. That is why this is a working meeting. We're going to go over that. I have not received any other items from anyone. Councilman Mays did have his typed up, which is, I think we all received these. So I was not a part of the ad hoc meeting that Councilwoman Lewis and Councilwoman Priestley attended, that Mr. Whittigan did give. It was virtual, so I was not a part of that where they presented, but Councilwoman Priestley did bring me up to speed with approximately $23 million debt that we will have, and that it will be done in 4 years at approximately, I believe, $8 million without looking at it. So we're doing everything here in public, being transparent, so that we're presenting it.
Madam Chair,
Information.
Councilwoman Priestley, and then you, Councilwoman.
I just had a very quick question.
Sure.
I did submit my budget amendments
Oh, you do?
on
I forgot.
Thursday,
I
and I
did
do
get
just want to
yours.
make sure that you did get
Yeah,
them.
you
Okay.
and you and I, we had talked about from the 188,000,
168, yeah.
168,000.
Yeah.
That, awesome. Thank you.
That's on the spreadsheet.
Yes.
But there's another meeting of the ARPA committee with the mayor and with Mr. Jarzynski. Please tell me if I ever. And that will happen tomorrow as well. So just so that you are aware that that is occurring, and so more information will be coming from that.
From that meeting. Councilman Murphy, did that answer your question, sir?
So this was my assumption. I thought that when we was at the last meeting, I thought when we made our recommendations on where we wanted to see some money, you as the finance chairperson will either get with the,
Mr. Whittigan was out of town. He was
'Cause-
not available.
so nothing really got done from the time that we made recommendations with the, where we wanted to see some money. So I thought you guys were going to actually look at and work with him on, because we are up against a deadline. So regardless whether he out of town or whatever, work still got to get done. So hopefully he would have had someone in his office that would have been able to meet with us to be able to get the work done in his absence, being that we on a crunch to get this budget passed. So if we made recommendations to you as a finance chairperson that was appointed by Eric Mays, my assumption was that the last meeting, when we made our recommendations, you guys were going to look at where we wanted to pull some money from. I mean, even when they talked about the cuts of the supplies and operating expenses, we could have probably used that money so that when we got here today, my assumption was that you guys was going to present to us as the whole body where you guys recommended us pulling the money from. So today we was getting ready to come to a meeting to vote up or down this budget and walk up out of here with this done. That's what I came to this meeting prepared to do. I did not come to this meeting to talk about where we want to spend ARPA dollars and all of that, because this ain't the ARPA budget. This is the regular general budget that we got to have approved by the first Monday of June. So maybe I'm confused on what's the purpose of this meeting. And even if we wanted to use some ARPA dollars, and he talked about the $8.1 million, and then the 9.8. Did you guys prepare a resolution already to submit to City Council, or was this just something you guys thought about doing? And if you guys wanted to use the $8.1 million, was that going to decrease our general dollars in our budget where we could have moved some money into our reserve fund? So you saying 8.1, and I heard Councilman Mays talk about the 9.8 that you brought to his attention. With those two numbers, that's 17 million, close to $18 million. Was that going to be able to decrease our general budget to where we can move $18 million in our fund balance? And my other question was, because one of my colleagues thought that the legacy cost wasn't important when you brought the MERS to do a presentation, and I thank you for bringing them to City Council, because it opened my eyes on how bad our legacy cost is. And the legacy cost didn't just happen in 3 years. The legacy cost been here even when the emergency manager was here, even when former Karen Weaver was here, when Dane Wallen, we always had a legacy cost that we had to deal with. And even though you guys may have a balanced budget now, for your budget next year, was you using the ARPA dollars was going to be an opportunity for us to move some of that money back into our reserve funds that we have, the fund balance. And if we, and I'm not understanding, maybe I don't know numbers, but if we got a legacy cost that we have to take care of. How did we even have a fund balance of $24 million even prior to Sheldon Neely, Mayor Neely, getting in office if we had a legacy cost that we never dealt with? So if we had a legacy cost that we dealt with, how do you have a deficit in a legacy cost, but you got a fund balance? How can you have both? How can you have a deficit or a legacy cost that's lingering, that's been lingering over us? And I think one of the thought was $409 million something dollars of legacy costs when it comes down to pensions, retirees that's done retired, that is owed this.
Point of information.
What's your point of information?
Yeah, through you to Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy, we pay our legacy costs every year. The 200 or 400 million is like a mortgage. We'll continue to pay it. But we still have to adopt a budget best we can each year. You understand that, don't you? Two different things.
All right, thank you, Councilman. Councilman Murphy, you still have the floor, sir.
So, with us having a legacy cost, are we, the ARPA dollars that I lost my train of thought, but I'm gonna try to get it back. The ARPA dollars that you want us to use, will that allow us the opportunity to take the dollars that you want to use for the ARPA dollars that we already earmarked and just move it to the deficit? Maybe, is that a better way of saying it? Can you answer that question?
So, all right, so right now, the proposed decrease in fund balance is around 14 million. When we submitted this budget with that decrease to fund balance, that was way back in March, before we had the ARPA budget to this draft version that we have today that you'll be seeing here soon. So if we take the 8.15 million, it's going to reduce your proposed change in fund balance from a decrease of 14 million to still a decrease, but of around 5.5, 6 million, right? So that's also keeps your remaining fund balance above the policy, which is 15% of expenditures on hand. To the other question of how do we have the fund balance? Well, we had the fund balance from a few different ways. One, there was past habits prior to Neely of borrowing from the water fund to subsidize the general fund. Two, you had the smoothing, like MERS mentioned, the smoothing of the pension payment where they basically tried to lower the pension payment today.
We don't have, Judy. Yeah. Janelle, you can grab it, please, maybe. Yeah. She's got a spreadsheet that we need to get. Yeah. So do we have to start over? Okay. Okay. Yeah. To pick it up.
That's what I was going to go with.
It should be on the printer.
On the printer? Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Judy.
All right, so one, this budget wasn't done, it was done prior to the ARPA budget. ARPA's a grant, so it's separate from this budget. Now we're starting to talk about, this is what we determined you could use for revenue loss to reduce your hit to fund balance. But I call it a fantasy fund balance. You had past administrations borrowing from the water fund. You had emergency managers working to smooth the pension payment now, so you have a lower payment today, knowing in the future, which today's the future, that you're going to have a much higher payment. So it's kind of a perfect storm of just, really there was this fund balance, but we were just paying the bill for MERS each year as we got it. We weren't trying to catch up the funding ratio, right? So as interest balloons and more people retire, you have one of me paying for every 4 retirees. We just never caught up. So instead of saying past administrations in the state and past emergency managers saying, we need to catch up. So instead of tucking this money in the general fund, we need to be putting it into the unfunded liability pension. It was never done. Now, today, the smoothing is done. We have to pay the higher payment of around $32 to $40 million, and it's not sustainable. Plus, on top of that, you got decreasing revenues. So that's how you had what I call a fancy fund balance.
And then with the police safety, I know my councilman talked about $2 million as far as the hiring. I'm not sure the hiring is going to be fast enough. So I would be more willing to move money to overtime for our existing, and that seems more quicker and easier to do because you already got an existing force with the police officers, and maybe they may want to pick up some overtime. And maybe they limit it because of our budget and overtime. So have you guys thought about just using ARPA dollars to put in overtime for police officers and detectives, whatever, to increase bringing down some of those complaints in collaboration with maybe hiring police officers? I'm not sure how many we'll be projected to get, but it seems more easier to do time and a half and pay the. So is that something you guys talked about?
Yeah, I mean, that's an option. You are right, it's difficult to attract and retain officers or any staff at the city. So I think, getting creative is definitely a potential answer to how we increase our public safety, yeah.
Have you looked at the recommendation of changes that us council wanted to make the changes in at our last city council? Were you presented with that?
What I have is the memo from two Councilmember Mays from Bill Kim that has that on May 24th. That has a list of A through G of proposed changes. I don't know if that's the full.
So we made recommendations, and our council finance chair and Councilman Priestley wrote them down on a spreadsheet. I believe Priestley wrote them down.
What she said.
I was hoping that they would have gave you the changes that we wanted to make in the budget in order for you to look at it to see if we can come up with a mutual agreement with the mayor and administration and the council, that you looked at our changes and you be like, okay, well, we want to add money here, do this. You made the changes, and we come in here today to vote on the changes that the council made recommendations of. So basically, we still at square one. We done made recommendations. Nothing has happened. Even if you went out of town, I'm quite sure you got somebody else in your department that could have reached out.
Councilman
and worked
Murphy,
with.
point of information. We had asked, there was a request to wait till after they met with Mr. Whittigan, the ad hoc committee, because we also had a working and a fluid spreadsheet so that everyone would be able to make their changes. And there are changes as, like right now, it's changing. So it's not complete because she's adding to that spreadsheet. And so we gave a date and a time, and this was a holiday weekend. So we can't change the holiday. So he's now, and he wasn't here to give those account numbers.
So what I'm saying
So this is what today is for.
Excuse me, in all due respect, what I'm saying is, even if he wasn't here, he had somebody, Mr. Whitaker, did
They
you have
don't
somebody in your
work on
department?
Saturday, Sunday, and this past Monday.
Did you have somebody in your department that could have met with our council person to go over the numbers?
Yeah, I was off Friday, but yeah, the deputy was here.
Just one, you was just off one day?
Yeah, just.
So I was thinking the last meeting that we were in, when we made our recommendations of changes, that we was just going to take those changes and go over with the, our finance director, and y'all come up with an agreement. So we here today, ain't no telling how long. I'm done.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else? Everyone should have the spreadsheet is being updated, and I believe Councilwoman Priestley, I know Councilman Mays doesn't do email. We did get him a copy of it, is that correct? Yes. Okay, because he does, that way he's got a copy of the changes that have been made. I see he's still in the chambers, and he can take a look at it. So, do you want me to send this to you now as it is changing, Mr. Whittigan? Judy, did you send that to Councilman Priestley?
It's a totally working document.
Right.
We don't need to share it outside of this. It's, all I'm doing is writing down what people, changes people want. You know, if we have a question for him, that's what he's here for, to answer those questions. I think it's way too early. We can vote each one up and down, and then that can go into it. But right now, it's just all
Okay.
Yes.
speculative at this point.
Right.
And I don't I don't know all the account numbers off the top of my head,
And they've
so
been.
whatever you got, just
Yeah.
email.
It's
we can-
speculative.
Yeah, okay.
So,
There's,
I
Is
don't
there
know. Did anyone else? 'Cause
anyone else? Councilwoman Winfrey Carter, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Whittaker, I'm just trying to think about last year during budget time. At the very last minute, right before we were going to vote on the budget, up or down, we looked at the assessment fees for street lights and also for waste collections. And I remember that the street lights went up, increased by maybe, I think it was maybe $70, $80 or so, which caused the budget, because the council voted no to accept that increase. So there were, it really caused the budget to be unbalanced. Now, what I'm going to ask now, what's going to happen with the assessment fees for this budget, for streetlights and for waste collections?
FY20, it goes, streetlights decrease slightly and waste collection increases.
So it's already accounted for. But do you know the amount?
$72.18 is the special assessment for streetlights, and $202.56 is your special assessment for waste collection.
Say that
It's-
figure again for streetlights and then for waste collections.
72.18 for streetlights and 202.56 for waste.
Okay.
Point of information? That's $30 decrease in streetlight and up about $35 in garbage for, compared to what my personal bill was for last year.
Yeah. Yeah, because that was a big issue last year. Okay.
Are you done, Councilwoman?
Do you have the figure for fiscal year 2021?
I don't in front of me,
The correct, okay.
not for
I'll look it
2021.
up. I'll look it up. Okay, thank you. I just want to.
Thank you. Is there anyone else?
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman Herkenrode, you have the floor.
I guess I'm just, I just am not really clear as to what we're exactly supposed to be doing, because exactly like my colleague in the third ward, I was under the impression that we were going to be voting amendments up and down. So is that the plan still for the night, or are we still just going to keep talking about proposed changes that we have?
No, we're going to get to that, but this is giving them the opportunity to time if they have proposed changes. That's going to be next. So Mr. Whittigan has given the numbers. The account numbers had not been given prior. So when we talk about number, we have to take into account that it was a 3-day weekend. It was a holiday weekend.
Right, and I'm not negating that, I'm just saying, how much more time are we spending in this portion of it before we move on to the amendment portion of it, just so I'm
I don't have
aware?
a time that's allocated, so when each one is done, I believe everyone who has spoken, then we're going to go on to that. Councilwoman Winfrey Carter had some questions, so I want to make sure she could have her questions asked to Mr. Whittigan. He was not at our last session, and there wasn't someone in his place either at our last session. So to get out the way these few minor questions, then we'll move on to the proposed changes that want to be made in the items on our spreadsheet. So we're almost there. We're almost there. And I don't think, unless Councilwoman Priestley wants, are you done? She would be next.
Yeah, I have nothing more to add until we get moving to the actual amendments.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Priestley?
Mr. Whittigan, quick question about the, just because based on our conversation last week with the ARPA committee, the $8 million is accounted for as a transfer into the general fund in that budget that we talked about, correct? And the additional expenses that Mr. Mays is requesting is not in the plan as of right now, correct?
Overall, I mean, if I flip through this really quick, police cameras, I think, are in the budget.
I think so too.
So some of the stuff like equipment and whatnot is already accounted for.
And the police chief helped work with you on.
Absolutely, yeah.
on-
Both
on
police
creating-
and fire.
Yep, on public safety transfers
Yeah.
in and out and whatever. And the best way to handle the transfers for ARPA dollars is outside of the lost revenue, which I'm assuming could be automatically transferred in.
Right.
The other expenditures we want to transfer to ARPA fund.
Right, so instead of, let's just say, however many cameras chief wants, if that's approved by council, instead of putting it in the general fund, we'll, for tracking purposes,
Right.
We'll charge the ARPA fund whatever the bill is for police cameras.
Yep.
But either way, it's going to come out of the wash.
And that's standard general accounting.
Yeah, just,
That's-
I mean, it helps us when we turn in the report to Treasury, here's what I've charged to your account, or to their, funds that they oversee.
Okay, and that's been the big question, and that's one of the reasons why I asked that you attend, besides being able to answer some of the questions we have, because I just did a cost analysis of the March budget, and if our expenditures stay on track, and I know that there's year-end expenditures, et cetera, our estimated expenditures are 59 million. So our budget for last year, we have 71 million expenditures. So that's $12 million. Does that seem right where we're at based on your knowledge?
If they stay on track,
Whoops.
yeah, I don't see it being the full 71 million that we initially thought with this 22 budget.
So we're going to have
I
a
don't know
little
if it's
bit
the
more in
full-
our fund balance. And we're mandated to have 15% in our fund balance. And then anything extra goes into the OPEB.
It's
OPEB.
supposed to go into OPEB to pay down that funding.
And that's by ordinance.
Yeah, set by the emergency manager. So, we could talk about
Right.
changing that.
Right. And I have brought that up to Attorney Kim. So those were my main questions on that, but I do have a couple of changes I would like to submit. And I would like to eliminate the community relations specialist, which is in the mayor's office. It says 70% for grant, general fund, grants 30%, and last year for '22, it was 100% grant funded. We cannot take grant funded positions and put them in the general fund budget. And 70% of that community relations specialist is a total of $30,351.78. Also, there is a chief of staff in the mayor's office at $90,014. An external affairs director at $80,011. And then there was another position for $50,000 that I'm going to have to look at. But there was a total of $280,703.81 in positions from the mayor's. There was a communications director added instead of a public relations officer. The grant-funded position for community relations specialist, an executive assistant, where there was an administrative assistant to the mayor at part-time at $26,000, wants it to go to full-time. That was the executive assistant that I have the $50,000. An external affairs director at $80,000, not budgeted from last year. The city services manager, I don't necessarily want to touch. That was a new position, and it's a general funded position at $65,000, so I don't want to remove that. And then the administrative assistant, do you know, Mr. Whittigan, under the city administrator, there was an administrative assistant on that spreadsheet that you sent us today for $41,600 that I was told was there in '22, but not budgeted for. Do you happen to know if that is correct?
So you're
In my
saying
brain.
they existed, but they weren't budgeted for?
Correct.
I could check that for you.
Okay, because that's $41,600.
Correct.
So, and then we also had the city administrator, 9% of his budget's going to the grant. But those are the positions that I would like to eliminate: community relations specialist, chief of staff, external affairs director, and then this $50,000, that is the executive assistant. So a total of $280,703.81. And I'm putting that on the spreadsheet right now.
Okay, thank you. Because you went very quickly through that. And I know it updates in real time.
Madam Chair,
Councilman Mays.
real quick, when I listened to you, Ms. Priestley, and you asked Mr. Whittigan about the budget, my fundamental difference in that conversation is this. The mayor proposed a budget. The mayor and Mr. Whittigan proposed a budget, and it comes to council for approval. Council can leave it as it is. They can take away and add to it. Of course, at this stage of Flint City government, if they presented a budget publicly, this is what they feel the city needed. Now the council then had 3 months to look at it, scrutinize it, and determine whether the public or the community needs more. In my opinion, the community needs more in the area of public safety. They needed more yesterday, they needed more the day before, and the year before. It didn't come to us in the budget proposal. Now we have less than a week to try to fix it and provide the community with what we know 100% they want. They want better public safety, and they want a better job done in blight. This council transferred $16 million to the land bank. And everybody got happy because the Mott Foundation and the county said, we'll give some money. I got news for you. The Mott Foundation could have gave the whole $45 million. If Charles Stewart Mott was living, in my opinion, versus some of the folks down there running it, Charles Stewart Mott left the Mott Foundation here to take care of the city of Flint. They ain't the only headquarters for the Mott Foundation, ain't that tall building you see. They got other offices. So 16 million for tear downs. I got a budget amendment for build ups. We can build new houses on empty lots. We can help folks get roofs and windows and make the house they're in a better place. We've got that opportunity. We've got $94 million, not only to help public safety and police, not only to clean up and tear down, but to build up. We don't have to wait during budget time for things to play out. We can make it happen. It's just a matter of what folk want to do. Now, I done sat under 3 different mayors, and this is the 3rd city council. And I'm convinced, nobody might not be convinced but me, but I'm convinced if the city council don't amend this budget and put money in the right places, it might not get done for another 3 administrations. This is the first time in my 8-9-year career that we've had $94 million to service the people and the employees of the city of Flint. And if we lay back between now and next Monday and don't allocate the resources, millions, we'll just live a regular life, waiting on police. We'll live a regular life running when they get to shooting. We'll live a regular life because the police is doing their thing and ain't got enough personnel to cover the crowds. It's going to be crowds gather for Juneteenth. Last Juneteenth, people got to shooting. It's going to be crowds gather for the 4th of July. These are the summer months. If we sit back and wait and don't allocate resources, shame on us. I've heard over and over, Mr. Whittigan, and all due respect, Mr. Whittigan, because you listens to the mayor. The mayor done beefed up his office, didn't beef up the police department. The mayor beefed up his office in this proposed budget, but didn't beef up the blight department. Harletta, Arnold Brown, them crying out. I've got Janelle right now looking for that sheet of paper when Arnold Brown told us he need front-end loaders, how much they cost, garbage trucks. We've been in 3-4 months of budget talks and negotiations. It's showtime now. And believe me, I'm a survivor. Everybody who listens to these meetings, everybody in the public gonna know that I done tried to move money for public safety, to fix little things, big things in the police department. Everybody gonna know I've tried to move budget amendments for blight, and everybody gonna know what I've been knowing for 3-4 years. You'll get 4 yes and 5 no. You'll get 4 yes and 5 no. And if the money don't move to fix these services to the public, shame on us. Because every year I've heard what the administration will do after the budget. Mr. Whittigan, you knew they ain't did it yet. I hate to see that conversation, Ms. Priestley, because that seems like a conversation we'll wait to see. I trust myself to do budgetary amendments and try to serve this community more than I trust a promise. Ms. Winfrey Carter, to your point, they tried to raise the garbage assessment $60-something last budget. We knocked it down. The garbage still got picked up. We trying to finish up an investigative hearing where, in my opinion, the garbage contract that the majority of this council entered into was 3 to 9 million more than it had to be. Maybe that extra $35 makes up that 3 to 9 million. So I know what my job is. I'm clear on understanding budgets because in elementary school they taught me 10 plus 10 is 20, 12 plus 10 is 22, 20 plus 32 is 52, and when I learned that basic arithmetic, it allowed me to count millions. Instead of saying 10, you say 10 million. Instead of saying 20, you say 20 million. And when you put money into public safety, in this case, police department, when you put money into the blight department, you're right on time, Janelle, thank you. Then you're gonna fix some stuff. And if you put 10 million in the police department and the money can be spent, the fiscal year go from July 1st to June 30th. By the time we get to June 30th of 2023, if the money ain't spent as we put it, it goes back to the general fund. I would hate to see any administration or any department let that type of money lay around. I would hate to see any council repeatedly vote not to do what we know the people that asked us to do. They want public safety, they want blight, and I know something they need that they might not know they want. They need jobs, economic development. When Senator Ananick called me and say somebody was finna invest in the Buick City property, I told him thanks. I was president. He was gonna come before city council and tell the details. You know of those details, Mr. Whittaker?
In regards to the
Buick City
lot,
property.
just kind of what we've all been talking about in the paper there is.
Oh, I know a lot about them details as far as who talking, who saying what, and when the information might try to come out. It was gonna come out right here in city council meeting because the president and the senator had a conversation. Madam Chair, I got in front of me, if I may, this is what Arnold Brown submitted to us. Mr. Whittaker, did she give you a copy of this?
Yeah.
He wants CDL Class A blight operators, 2 of them. He wants 4 blight laborers. Freightliner 25-yard refuse truck, $225,000. Look like 2 of those. So that's $450,000. A Peterson Lightning loader, 15-yard box, $240,000. Chevrolet 1-ton pickup dump truck with a box, $80,000. A 3.5-ton crew cab pickup 4x4, $75,000. You keeping up with me, Mr. Whittaker? You see what I see?
Yeah.
And then he wanted a John Deere front loader with grapple bucket, $150,000. Case compact wheel loader with grapple buckle, $85,000. A dump truck, I guess tandem axle dump truck, $120,000. And I could have swore he said something about 2 garbage trucks. Landfill contract, and he need a landfill contract, $85 per ton. If I was to look at this in rough figures, I would probably be somewhere between, on the surface, 1.5 and 2 million. And so in order to make that blight department work, Ms. Winfrey Carter, remember, I think last time, we tried to move 3 or 4 million with the police and 2.1 or 3.1 with Blight. So rounding this off, Mr. Whittaker, you say that the Blight can come from the ARPA funds, correct? Or part of it, or do you know?
Yeah, most blight expenses could come from ARPA.
Okay, so let's do it this way. With this itemized list, Mr. City Attorney, and I don't know if the list would have to be attached to the resolution as an exhibit, but I want to propose at this point 2.1 million for blight. That money would come from the ARPA funds, and it would go into that blight department budget line, Mr. Whittaker, and that would have to go to the city attorney with this attached as an exhibit.
So, Councilman Mays, you are requesting, and there are some figures that are on here, but you want to go above the request, which was, looks like 1.3 million?
I said 1.1 million, I think.
You said two, you said.
Don't matter if it
Yeah,
one.
you said 2.1. And if you look down in the right-hand corner, it looks like Mr. Brown had put a 1.3 million.
Yeah, I see that.
Request. Okay, so you want to do 2.1 million from account 287 to general fund 101.
Yeah, if they don't use
For
it, it'll
blight.
go back to the general fund, because I believe Harletta need a raise. I don't know what Arnold Brown is making, but I think that what Lindsay and Harletta always articulated, a raise. And these folks can come to us, but I don't mind putting that extra there, because if it's not spent, it'll go back to the general fund or ARPA fund. So I'm just trying to make sure that we have enough for public safety and blight. If my arithmetic tells me the police department needs 3.1 million, I might put 3.8. So that's the logic that I'm going to continue to work with. And I yield the floor at this time. I'll still wait on Hasselbrink. Well, I might as well do Hasselbrink and Brennan now.
Point of information.
What's your point of information?
Well, I'll yield the floor.
Through you to, Madam Chair, through you to Councilman Mays. What was that figure again, Councilman Mays, for the blight?
2.1.
2.1.
Okay, thanks.
And it's already on, if you got your computer, it's the spreadsheet, it's updating in live time. Councilwoman Judy Priestley has already put on there line item number, column number 15, she has added for blight 2.1 million general equipment, wages, et cetera. We moved from ARPA funds, ARPA over to general fund, and then the request of the proposer is Councilman Mays. So she has already done that in live time. So that's already on there.
And Ms. Burns, the reason I want to put more, because I'm hearing the limited allocation in the budget based upon what's been talked about with with the garbage collectors as it relates to dumpsters. And I want to make sure that in that blight budget, Mr. Whittaker, when we deal with the attachment and the line items, you might have another 100 or 200,000 for general operating category, because I got a call this week about dumpsters, and I don't want dumpsters to run out during the fiscal year. So I'm consciously putting a little extra in that blight budget, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilwoman Priestley?
Mr. Mays, this is just a back and forth between you and me, okay?
Sure.
Okay. So we're talking about the general fund budget, and general accounting principles, standards, whatever, says and grants, and I am a grant accountant, you transfer the expenses to the grant. So when you're asking to bring over your cameras, those cameras should not be in the general fund budget. They should be in the ARPA budget, which we have not been presented yet. The 8 million for the lost revenue, I 100% support to bring over to the general fund, but any expenditures from ARPA, I suggest that we move to the ARPA budget and not put them in the general fund.
Okay, let me say this. When we doing the overall budget, and based upon what y'all been told, see, I don't believe everything I've been told. They told y'all, and you can believe it, that if we don't do these expenditures during the budget season, when everything is open and on the table, that y'all can't bring a resolution to say do all things necessary. Y'all can believe that. I don't believe it. I know of court cases when Scott Kincaid and them went to court. So I ain't buying what I've heard folks from the administration tell y'all. My point in understanding what you said, if the ARPA money can go straight from the ARPA account to blight, that's what I've said. I didn't say move that money to the general fund. I say go straight from the ARPA to blight. If the ARPA money can go for cameras in the police department, then you go straight from the ARPA fund to cameras. If it can go from personnel, from the ARPA fund to personnel, that's what I said do. But then I say take the 8 or 9 million that's already out of the general fund in the budget and put it back in the general fund. So it doesn't matter. When we get these resolutions before us, if we start voting on them tonight, and in discussion, you can convince me that I made a boo-boo trying to transfer ARPA money to the general fund. I think the only category I articulated that was the lost revenue from the ARPA fund to the general fund. But I don't know. So when each one of them come up, it'll be a motion to pass it. If it's die for lack of a second, it'll never be voted on. But if it's seconded in discussion, we can tighten up them loose ends. I don't know with what I'm hearing if these big resolutions will pass. I believe we'll pass little resolutions like 25,000 for Brennan and Hasselbrink. I could be wrong on that. I believe we might pass 50,000 for Haskell, 50,000 for the Ethics and Accountability Board. I believe that under the last council. It didn't happen. I believed under the last council that Herb Winfrey told us, oh, I met with the mayor. He's going to grant fund the water accounts. That 3,000 for water accounts ain't passed yet. So I hear what you're saying. I hear of the dialogue with Whittigan as it relates to a hope. But we have an opportunity to not only budget general fund money, but for the upcoming fiscal year, look at your charter. It says all revenue and expenditure. The charter don't say we just budgeted general fund revenue. The charter say all revenue and expenditures at this time before next Monday, we have an opportunity to budget. As far as from the ARPA fund to the general fund, or from the ARPA fund to expenditures for cameras, I'm all with you. But this is our turn to budget. They presented their budget. We do what we choose. I guarantee you, Ms. Priestley, when you look at the charter, we ain't just budgeting general fund. When you read that charter and you find it, it's going to tell you all revenue and expenditure is on the table before us right now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there anything else before we start to, and I want to make this clear, with all of, we cannot do a master resolution on this because there are too many, they will be voted on individually. I just don't think we'd be able to pass a master resolution with the amounts to transferring from accounts. So it looks like we will start voting each one individually so that we can vote them up, vote them down, move forward. In the request, can I see your with the request, I do want to read this. It says the effects on the account or funds from which the appropriated monies will be drawn of, an example, the final fund balance. I know, Mr. Whittigan, we do not have all of the account numbers here, but if we can reconcile that and have that was per the request from the law department. We don't have all of the, I'm assuming you don't have, well, you don't have all the account numbers today to do that. So we'll vote these, vote them up and then vote them down. Don't leave, so there still may be some questions in between, possibly. Do you have anything that you would,
No, just that, I mean, if you, whenever you get through your voting, just send me a list of what passed, and we'll tell you what the account numbers are.
okay. And so
Madam
that-
Chair.
Yes.
And that's what I anticipated when I gave those to Attorney Gurley and even to this attorney and to Attorney Kim. Remember, y'all reading Attorney Kim's legal opinion. I don't always agree with it. It's the easiest thing in the world is for legal and Whittigan to talk and plug in some account numbers. We've passed resolutions where we left it blank and the account numbers came in. So I knew that since last week, but I'm just don't want to argue with folks. It's the Mike Brown memo. It's an amendment for $100,000 for them trees that consumers leave laying around. Y'all remember that
I
memo?
don't have that one in front of me because you handed
Yeah, I
handed out
can.
during.
May I approach you?
Yes. So you want to add this to the spreadsheet also? Thank you. So this is the subject consumer energy tree debris removal.
Yeah, that's a direct request from the department for an amendment for $100,000 because consumers cut them trees and leave them laying around. So I've had conversation with that department, Heather Griffin there. They want a budget amendment for $100,000 to deal with them trees people call about when consumers cut them. And then also, if you remember the budget hearings, Mike Brown them and that Miss Newman lady, they also wanted a budget amendment to put some traffic and engineering people back in the budget. If you recall, they was going to contract it out through professional services, but they requested that we do a budget amendment to put those two people back in the budget. And that would probably be about, go 250,000. It might have been only two people at 50,000, but when you add fringes and benefits, you always double that.
Okay.
So that's how you get 100,000 for each one of them. But
So Councilman, you want to add for, that's a department from the DPW, I believe, over that department, from Catherine Newman's department. So
Yeah.
we need, eventually, we're going to need that, that department number and then the account number. You want to add in
yeah,
two-
that would come out the general fund,
But
or both of these amendments would.
Right, I got that, we
For the
have the
two
tree removal.
personnel for traffic and engineering that they requested, and the 100,000 for the trees that consumers cut. So that would be a total of 350,000, because I said for them and for the one with the two traffic engineering people go 250, and the one they requesting for 100,000, a separate
Right, so the
amendment would be 100,000.
the
So
tree removal is already in there, so you want to add to this 250,000, which would be, well, from the general fund for two traffic.
yeah, they requested
Requested
that.
for two.
Those
Okay.
are like traffic engineers. They talked and requested that because they, if you recall, they said they was going to try to do personal service agreements. But then they asked us to put that back in the budget because they was going to do it in-house.
Okay,
And so I'm trying to honor their request. The other, when they gave in writing, which is the 100,000 for all them trees being cut by consumers and left laying around, Heather Griffin and Mike Brown. And that money would come out of the general fund, and Mr. Whittigan, it would go into that, whatever DPW fund for Heather Griffin them for the 100,000, and Catherine Newman and Mike Brown them for those traffic engineers. Between Arnold Brown, Blight, what Newman and Brown them requested, those were department head requested amendments. Did you get that, Attorney Belcher?
I'm sorry, could you
Did
repeat?
you get those last two proposed amendments?
The two that are the printed out copies?
Not the Blight one, but the traffic engineering and the consumer tree cut down one.
No, anything that I'm going to be receiving, I've been instructed to ask.
Well,
for
when
it to
we
be
vote on them, we'll see what
Absolutely.
list you end up with.
Sure.
I'm not confident in this. I might make some motions to table. I'm gonna find out where Mr. Pfeiffer and some of them is at, because it's been a budget process where we really haven't been the committee of the whole. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Mays. Councilman Murphy.
Yes. Mr. Whitaker, do you have those positions that Councilman Mays were talking about with the traffic engineering? I was trying to look for it in my spreadsheet where those two positions that was eliminated, that they wanted to bring back, that they was going to contract out so we can get the accurate dollar amount.
I'm sorry, which positions?
It was the, so Councilman Mays, was it the street, the engineer?
Yeah, it had something to do with when them lights and stuff go out, they was gonna do them professional services agreements. You might see it in that line item, but they wanted to bring them back to be employees in-house. That's the amendment they requested.
I'd have to look that up.
And it was more of a conversation, Councilman Murphy, with Catherine Newman, kind of like in the working session, where she talked about bringing the traffic engineering back in-house. So you do not have, Mr. Whittaker, at that time, that request. Do you have that? 'Cause I think your question, Councilman Murphy, was, does Mr. Whittaker have the amount number, the dollar amount number? Was that your question?
Yes, and I found it. The position summary is the traffic engineering, and it is 0 employees for the traffic engineering, and yeah, I think it's the traffic engineering position that you guys, it's on page 55 of the position summary of our budget. I'm not sure if you have that in front of you.
And point of information.
What's your point of
To
information?
you, the speaker, they've always taught me, whenever you see 55, you double it, because you gotta allow for fringes and benefits and other things.
So this don't have a dollar amount, it just have the position.
Yeah.
So right here, I'm just looking at the positions, and this position is 0. I don't see the dollar amount.
They was gonna, if I may, they was gonna contract it out with professional services. I don't know why they're not showing a dollar amount for professional services, but that 0 is gonna go to 2.
Yeah. So that's what we want to change. We just don't have the dollar amount for that position.
For traffic engineers?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay.
Are you done, Councilman Murphy?
Yeah, I am for right
Okay. So we are now on to, because there are a lot of different, I would like for Councilwoman Priestley to be back, and she had to take care of something. But
Madam Chair.
Councilman Mays,
Yeah, did we decide that the 20 $5,000 for Brennan and Hasselbrink would come from the general fund, and Mr. Whittigan, whichever fund received money from, requests from Hasselbrink and Brennan last year, it might come from the general fund, but whoever administers that, they apply directly to the city, and then the city grants each request. So I know that I've had conversation, they requesting 25 each from the general fund. I know at Hasselbrink, Mr. Neely and somebody from the Mott Foundation went over there, and I'm looking at a list that includes replacing ceiling installation, replace tiles, baseboard, electrical outlets. I'm not amending that right now because I don't know who been telling them and what the Mott Foundation and Mr. Neely is saying, but Hasselbrink tells me what's going on. And I got their whole list, which includes the parking lot. I would try to amend the parking lot, but all these other areas, banquet tables and all that, I know they can get that out the general fund. But I got a 2-page list, and somebody been over there making communications and promises. And so I'm not going to submit the details of this list until I find out if these false promises are real promises. But I don't want nobody playing around with Hasselbrink.
Councilman, do you have the list for Brennan and Hasselbrink? Or is that just Hasselbrink?
I've had direct conversation with Deborah Holmes.
Okay.
And so Deborah Holmes was the veteran senior center person who I've talked to. Beverly does a good job at Hasselbrink. And so for right now, I would go with the $25,000 from the general fund, and we would let it work from there. I'll find out if these communications and promises that has been made to these senior centers is real. And even though I know of some capital improvements that's needed at Brennan and some capital improvements, including the parking lot at Hasselbrink, I'm not going to make them right now. I'm going to keep it simple and go to $25,000 from the general fund to whatever fund it needs to be.
Okay.
And if I think that covers the list, let me see, Hasselbrink, Brennan, Police Department, Blight, budget amendment for new builds and rehabs. Mr. Whittigan, when I look at G, budget amendment for new builds and rehab, it says there is insufficient information to determine whether this request serves a public purpose. Now, I know that Woodrow Stanley had something to do with University Park. You know where University Park at, them houses down there by Rallies and that community?
Yeah.
And I see the city attorney saying in his memo, he's saying housing, he's not sure if it serves a public purpose on its face. It appears to serve an impermissible private thing. You agree with that? Or do you know? Have you and Ernst & Young talked about ARPA being able to qualify for new builds and rehabs? And if not, just tell me y'all need more time.
This specific request, I probably needed more information. Rehabbing grants and loans for rehabbing, if you have lead windows and whatnot, seem to be an eligible ARPA expenditure. But if we're just talking building a house and handing it over, we would have to look into that some more.
Okay, let me look at it this way and steer you this way. If tear downs, 16 million qualifies for blight, and you can tear down. The minute we tear down houses in the city of Flint, people use the property as a dumping site. My theory is it's blight elimination because new builds, people just don't pull up in folks' front yard at night and dump trash and couches. So if blight qualifies, and we know that we spent 16 million to get rid of some structures and structural blight, then when we look at empty lots, then new builds and rehabs, because we've got some city-owned property. I can tell you one property right now, 1219 West Home, that we own in them 18 properties that need some rehab. And then we can do what we will with it. So it serves a public purpose for us not to allow blight, dumping, empty lots unattended to in our city. So I'll wait between now and Monday on that one, Chairman Burns. I'll put a pin in it, but I want somebody from Ernst & Young to talk to you, Mr. Whittaker, and if I'm not hearing that new builds and rehabs qualify under blight, I want to have a more serious conversation with Brian, with Ernst & Young, because I'm knowing that some of that stuff will qualify. The young guy, and he might not be that young, his name was Eric something, from Saginaw.
Eggleston.
And he's doing a program with new builds. And I'm knowing that those type of programs might qualify for ARPA funds because they're getting HUD funds. And so that's what I want to plug a little pilot project with between 2 and maybe 4 million for new builds and or rehabs, because it's been a demanding request as it relates to some of the Flint residents. I'll pause on that one for right now, Ms. Byrne.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Priestley, you're probably going to, my question will be the same to you. You just added 250,000 planning and development to reduce that from Councilman Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Okay, so can you,
He has asked that their budget for 2023 be current budget plus 10%. So that equals out to a difference of a reduction of 248,000.
okay, can you?
Sorry.
Can you start that over?
Yes, I'll be glad to start that over. Councilman Pfeiffer has requested a reduction of approximately $250,000 from planning and development. He has requested that the budget for '23 remain, be 10% higher than the budget was for '22.
Point of information.
What's your point of
Through
information?
you to the speaker, Ms. Priestley, is Mr. Piper been under the weather? Do you know?
I know what's going on, Mr. Pfeiffer, but it's up to him to discuss that, not myself.
Okay, you say you do know what's going on.
Yes.
Okay, because I'm always watching attendance, mine included. And when I see repeated absences, whether it's Worthing, Piper, whatever, particularly in the budget process, and then I know the language about proxies and sending stuff in and all of that, I just want to politely ask.
Yes, Councilman.
And so we'll see what's going on. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Because of privacy, he is not able to be here in attendance, and I have been in contact with him to make sure that we are not missing a step, because we all work together. I'm even making sure that his ward is not missing anything, so I'm taking all emails and calls, because I would hope that my colleagues would do the same for me in my absence. He will be back, and I have asked before, let's keep him in our prayers, but he's watching now. So,
You don't know if he'll be back before Monday to vote, do you?
He told me he would be back on Wednesday,
On this Wednesday,
next week.
after the vote on the budget. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Councilman Priestley, your microphone was not working properly. Do you want to state your reasoning? Because Paul yelled from the back, microphone.
I did,
Did you?
I did.
Did you get, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Also, I'm sorry, is anybody else? We had a piece of paper from Michael Brown about positions that were missing off the budget. I don't know if anybody has it handy. Okay, it's an engineering intern for $26,317, a part-time position. ROW officers, part-time, $18,860,000, 3 positions of contractors.
Point of information.
What's your point of
Through you
information?
to Ms. Priestley, do you mind Janelle making us a copy, or I'll go
Absolutely.
make it and come back?
Absolutely, I'll share that, I'll give that to Janelle as soon as I get the numbers in our spreadsheet. An electrician, 2 positions, $64,480. Traffic safety technicians, $49,619, 2 positions. And traffic signal electrician supervisor, $74,824. And I'll put this on our spreadsheet, and I'll give it to Janelle.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Mays, you're fine. Is there anyone else? And we are going to, Councilman Mays, we're going to start the vote. Do you? Okay.
I'm getting it.
Madam
she's-
Chair. Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'd recommend a 5-minute recess while everybody regroups.
It is 5-minute recess. We can vote on it 7:40, well, except for vote, Madam Clerk,
Are you ordering it without objection, or are you?
I'm going to order this. Let's order without objection, 5-minute recess. 7:49, we will report back at let's say 56, because it's, so, 5-minute recess. Judy, you were
I'm
that.
much faster with keypad rather than on my
I am so sensitive to stuff like that, where if I were to take even like one melatonin, sleep for 12 hours. Those like gummy
Really?
ones, they knock me out, yeah.
You know, I think my sister may be abusing them. She gives my children, my nieces.
I mean, if they, whatever, it's a natural.
Right, just so you guys know who's looking at the spreadsheet, I'm going to take all the ARPA requests and separate them from the general fund requests and put them in a different, just move it below with a separate total, just,
Okay.
except for the 8 million.
Okay, so as we're going over this, because we're looking at our first order, we have to bring, transfer, we want to transfer 25, and we don't have the accounts. So transfer 25,000 to,
Point of order, point of order. Have this meeting, this call back to order?
no, not yet. We're looking at the spreadsheet. I'm
Is the mics live, Paul?
waiting on you.
Huh?
Mics are muted.
Well, let's not just do this business until we go back on the record.
That's not doing the business, Councilman. Call back to order from recess, Madam Clerk. Yeah. We're official.
Mr. Baines?
Present.
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 Seven present. Okay, we are going to go on to, which we were discussing, Councilman Priestley, you did make some more adjustments. Can you explain before we get started for the, before we get into it, the changes that you did make onto the spreadsheet?
Yeah, the positions that.
Is your mic on?
The positions that Mr. Brown submitted that were not covered and highlighted equaled $234,100, and I added those into the budget, potential budget changes. And then I just adjusted the spreadsheet a little bit. Didn't change any of the numbers, it just.
Point of information.
What's your point of information?
Are you saying, Ms. Priestley, that the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or so highlighted items was not in the budget?
That's
And are you saying they come to 230,000?
234,000, yes.
And so we had talked about a total of 250 in that one resolution. So I guess the total would be 230-something, if what I'm hearing you say. Maybe we can amend that resolution to fit this rather than just them two or whatever, because I would have to think that the two, and I know it's a long point of information, but don't you think that the two that we talked about is also in this as well, Ms. Priestley?
You know, I'm looking at this closer as well.
They
I'm sorry, I didn't catch what, I was thinking of something else.
They're included. Yeah, it looks up because they were traffic, and we have got two positions, which a total of 7 positions, which we're adding. And it's under the electrician, traffic safety technician, new position in
And
traffic.
I didn't multiply them by the number of positions, sorry. Let me do that real quick.
So that 250 would give him the 230-something.
234,100.
But I gotta double some of these positions.
I'm not sure about that because one of them.
Councilman Murphy, did you need the floor? I hear you.
There. Sorry,
Hello.
the total is 348,000.
It seems that the two positions for the traffic engineering is the two positions that's here, which is the traffic safety technician, the traffic signal electrician supervisor. So I believe those are the positions versus doubling those positions to 2, because you got 3 positions here. And this position summary on page 55 right here, it's just got this 0. So I'm not sure that you would need to double.
Well,
any of
because it
these.
says 2 positions there, 2 positions there, 1 position there, and I hadn't doubled the 2 positions. I only had 1 position instead of the 2 that he had requested.
So the 64, okay, all right. I see.
That's why it went up to 348,000. My mistake, I'm so sorry.
Okay, I get it.
Okay, so you're good, Councilman Murphy?
Aye.
Yeah, we fine.
Okay.
So point of information, that total now would be what, 300 and something?
348,199.
348?
$348,199.
Yeah, I round it up to 350.
Yeah, that's close enough.
Okay, so we are on to the, Mr. Whittigan is right. So we are on to our first item, which is for all departments, so we can get our voting. The request is for Councilwoman Vice President Herkenroder for all departments, supplies and operating expense to reduce the total expenses by $168,428. Is there a motion on the floor?
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman Harden-Roder.
I make a motion to, okay, before I make that motion, I have a question then. So just for clarity purposes, these motions right now are not the formal change, or are they the formal change?
They have, no, they're not. There'll be a .1 on Monday. and
This whole
then-
cluster that we
Yes,
approved
and then
tonight? Okay,
we will plug in the account numbers.
okay. All right, that just, yep, thanks, that's, yep, that's all I needed, yep. Okay, so I make a motion to reduce out of the general fund, a 1% decrease in supplies and operating expenses for a total of $168,428.
Is there a second?
Madam Chair, I'll second that motion.
It has been properly second. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Councilman Mays.
If I'm understanding this right, and anybody can correct me if I'm wrong, it's a 1% decrease across the board, all departments for operating expenses and/or supplies, correct?
Correct.
No,
No.
no.
Can you correct this, Council?
The 1% decrease is only for funds that are covered by the general fund. So this wouldn't go to like a 202 fund or streets or anything like that. It's only in the general fund.
Yeah, all of those type of monies. Do you know an example of one that's not covered by the general fund?
As I just said, like streets.
Beg your pardon?
As I just said, streets.
Say what?
Can you not hear me, or do you not understand what I'm saying?
Well, a little bit of both. I
Okay,
don't just
so-
be saying that to say it. I just politely ask.
As I said, streets is not covered under the general fund.
You mean DPW's budget?
I'm giving you an example. For example, that would be like major streets, local streets.
I mean, are you saying they're saving $168,000 by chopping everybody off 1% in supplies and operating funds? I mean, 168,000 ain't gonna make us or break us, is it? I might want to leave it there. So that's why I'm asking the particular questions, because I don't know what that 1% would do to these budgeted operating funds and supply. I would do it, and if a department ran out, they could come back sometime throughout the year for a budget amendment. But I constantly try to get people to, let's compromise and vote a certain way. I ain't jumping up and down for $168,000. I just want you to know, if I vote for it, it'll be just to do it, but it ain't no real significant money amount. And I know sometimes, Ms. Herkenroder, you can be more conservative than some with your vote in a variety of areas, and I don't want to get into that individual council thing. I'm going to keep this separate. Now, I might go ahead and vote for it because it's something you want to do, but 168,000, 1% across the board for general fund, office supplies, and/or operating costs. You know, I don't mind administration, whoever it is, if they run out of money before June for supplies and operating the costs, bringing the budget amendment. But ain't no way I want to portray these cuts with 168,000 as some grand and/or significant. I'll wait to see what happens here. Thank you.
Is there anyone else in this first round? Is there anyone else in this first round? On to the second round.
Madam Chair,
Councilman Mays.
I'm going to go ahead and vote for it, and then I'm going to keep looking and listening and see how this process progress and/or deteriorate. I've got some ideas and some thoughts in my mind, and I'll test it out. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilman Mays. Is there anyone else for the second round? Anyone else for the second round?
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman Winfrey Carter?
I don't know I mean, I can see your point, Councilwoman Herkenroder, as far as I know, for the council department, we do spend a lot of money on paper, which can be cut down. But I'm thinking about other departments, and I know that other departments may struggle as far as their supplies and everything. So I don't know if I want to vote to make that cut, even if it's just 1%. You know, all of our departments in the city, they are struggling. And I just don't want to cut, I don't want to cut any of the departments out of what they need. So, I can't see where $100 and something $1,000 going to make a, you know, make a difference in this budget. So I'm gonna be voting no on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Winfrey Carter. Is there anyone else? Is there anyone else in this second round? I will be the last person. I'm going to make this quick because I know we want to get out of here. When I look at departments and also looking at supplies, it is very real that supplies and departments run low. And I'm going to say the elections department, to where they had run out of labels before and didn't have money for labels. Some of the basic
Point of
needs.
information.
What's your point of information?
This suggestion would not touch the elections department. That's a part of the clerk's office.
Thank you, and that's well taken, but I also, I'm going to finish, and I've worked with other departments when I worked at City Hall, and supplies that cost varying, and then also with getting supplies in, that is something that's been a little difficult. I think that we have to, for me, being mindful, and this is a cost, a savings, and for me, I'm gonna, since I'm the last to vote, I'm gonna wait on, I'm gonna finish thinking this out, because I do know that departments throughout City Hall have had issues with supplies, and it's not a huge amount, and then most departments are understaffed. Most of them are. And yes, we do have to tighten our budget, but we have to figure out where we're going to cut it at. Madam Clerk, which I would like to call for the vote to approve reducing the departments for supply, all department supplies and
Point of
opera.
information.
What's your point of information?
This 168,000, from you to Ms. Herkenroder, included the clerk's department, and then in your point, you said it didn't.
I double-checked after I said, yeah, it does include the,
Point of order, Madam Chair.
What's your point of order?
You know, when the chair speaks last and we get out of discussion, I'll entertain or I'll vote in favor of suspending the rules so we can do this budget. But as much as I've been chastised for rules, why don't Ms. Priestley, you or somebody make a motion to suspend the rules, then we can do this. But the way I've been arrested and put out, let's not do me like that.
And so, what would you like to do? What is your pleasure,
Hey,
sir?
if I had the floor back, you had it last, but entertain a motion to suspend the rules and we can do what we need to do, but I just
Point of
don't want to
order.
sit and, you know.
Point
What's
of
your-
order.
what's your point of
Are we
order?
in the middle of a vote? What's going on?
We are in the middle, we are getting ready to start the vote. It hasn't even started. My last words were, Madam Clerk, for the vote, and then I believe Councilwoman Priestley made a point of information, which she stated that it was included into the elections, that this would reduce the elections department, and Councilwoman Herkenroder made a comment, and then Councilman Mays did a point of
Yeah,
order.
my point of order is,
So, am I correct with the sequence of events?
yeah, point of order.
Okay, what's your point of
My
order?
point of order that a point of information always goes to the speaker.
Yes.
It bypassed you and went to Ms. Herkenroder, and I'm saying I'm all for that. But let's do it the right way. There's 6 or 7 of us here. I'll vote to suspend the rules. Ain't no funny business, but this is a major play on the budget. I want people to be able to talk back and forth. That's all I'm asking.
Do you want to put a motion on the floor, Councilman Mays, to suspend the rules?
If it ain't no objections, I move to
point of
suspend the
order.
rules.
What's your point of order?
He doesn't have the floor, we're on a vote.
Thank you, Councilwoman Herkenroder. Councilman Mays, we'll get back to, we're going to go on to the vote. It's the beginning of the vote. We are going to vote to approve, to remove $168,428 dollars from supplies and operating expenses. If you vote to, a yes would be you're voting to remove that from the general fund budget. A no means you want to keep it into the budget. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Mr. Mays,
I abstain.
Ms. Lewis,
Yes.
Mr. Murphy,
Yes.
Ms. Priestley,
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
No.
Ms. Burns,
No.
Ms. Herkenroder.
Yes.
Madam Chair,
The vote,
Madam Chair, I get the right to change my vote before the vote is
Councilman Mays.
announced. I'm going to go ahead and vote yes.
vote is 5 yes, 2 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 2 no, to remove $168,428 from supplies and operating expenses. We're going to go back up. I was not on my first one. Thank you, Councilwoman Priestley. My computer, I was doing some things. We're going to go up to, which I had skipped that. I was scrolling.
Madam Chair,
Councilman Mays.
I'd like to make a motion to suspend the rules.
There's a motion on the floor to suspend the rules. Is there a second? Is there a second?
Madam Chair, I'll support that motion.
It has been properly second. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair,
Councilman Mays.
if you use the last vote for an example, Ms. Priestley and Ms. Herkenroder want to dialogue. No funny business here. We need to know what we vote on.
Point
We
of
need
order.
to.
What's your point of order?
A motion to suspend the rules is not debatable.
Thank you. Let's take the vote. There's a motion on the floor to suspend the rules that Councilman Mays has put on the floor. It has been properly seconded by Councilwoman Winfrey Carter. Madam Clerk, the vote.
Ms. Lewis,
No.
Mr. Murphy,
No.
Ms. Priestley,
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Yes.
Ms. Burns,
Yes.
Ms. Herkenroder,
No.
Mr. Mays.
Yes,
Vote is 3 yes, 4 no.
Madam Chair.
So the
After
motion
you.
fails.
Yeah, Madam Chair. I did what I could do to try to make this meeting flow. I've even voted differently than I thought. And so as this process continues and people have questions and communications, believe me, my tone will change. And so I just want folks to know the easiest thing to do is to use common sense and courtesy and to talk back and forth. All these no's on suspending the rules, let's see how it go. But I don't think people acting in good faith when I'm just noticing there was some communications hanging out. So everybody can do what they want. I'm not going to lose sleep over none of it. But Ms. Herkenroder and to this council, I just did something to prove something. And we'll see what happens. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Mays. We're now on to requests from Councilman Murphy in the 3rd Ward to give the E&A Board, Ethics and Accountability Board, $50,000 from, we need to, for that account would be, you didn't have an account number. Mr. Whittigan, are we using ARPA dollars for that, Mr. Murphy? You didn't put an account
So,
that you wanted it from.
in this budget process, I never was using the ARPA dollars for anything. So in this general
Just general
budget,
fund.
I was not even thinking about the ARPA dollars. Only thing I want to do with the ARPA dollars is the $8.1 million that they said they looked through the budget that got eligible activities for the ARPA dollars. Other than that, I never thought about using the ARPA dollars for any of this. And on here, it has the Ethics and Accountability Board. I more was moving towards the
General fund, okay.
Ombudsman's office, which is included, which the Ethics and Accountability
Got
Board
it.
is up under.
You want to put 50,000, okay.
Yes.
So is there a
I'll
motion?
make a motion to move $50,000 to the Ombudsman's office, which includes the Ethics and Accountability Board and the Human Relations Department.
Okay, so are you adding another amount, or are you just doing ethics and accountability?
I'm doing the.
So we're just doing ombudsman's office?
Ombudsman's
Okay.
office.
Okay, so there is a motion on the floor to move to the general budget $50,000 to the ombudsman's office, to the Ethics and Accountability Board. And that is your motion, correct? Is there a second? Is there a second? Is there a second?
Madam Chair,
Councilman Mays?
I'll second that motion.
It has been properly seconded by Councilman Mays. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Councilman Murphy?
The Ombudsman's office in the charter, it states that the minimum amount of the Ombudsman's office is $250,000 that they shall receive. Since the Ombudsman's office been in place, they has not been fully funded to get up and running like they fully need to with the Human Relations Department included in the Ombudsman's office and the Ethics and Accountability Board. What we did was we combined the Human Relations Department with the Ombudsman's office, which also includes the Ethics and Accountability Board, because what happened with the emergency manager was they eliminated those positions. So we wanted to save those two departments, so we included in one because they both kind of go hand in hand. Human Relations Department deals with rental issues, landlord-tenant issues, water bills, conflicts with the water department. The ombudsmen deal with complaints when it deals with city workers, residents, or police brutality or whatever. We wanted to make sure that those departments did not get eliminated. And we just said on the low end, we wanted to at least, if you couldn't do nothing, because we know the city of Flint always facing financial crisis or whatever, but since that department has been up and running, they has not been fully funded. So I would like to see $50,000 added to that department to help them with personnel and whatever it is that the ombudsman director needs. She did come and do a presentation. I was not here during the presentation for her, but I would like to see them get added $50,000 to help them with whatever it is that they need in that department.
Thank you, Councilman Murphy. Is there anyone else in this first?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Councilman Mays?
Well, Mr. Murphy, I was here when the ombudsman was here, and right in front of the ombudsman, I think I was removed wrongfully for trying to talk or ask questions. I'm not satisfied with the ombudsman, though. I'm not satisfied with the Ethics and Accountability Board. The Human Relations Commission, if I'm saying it right, chaired by Jamaica Patrick, these three entities ain't functioning. When you look at the history of the city of Flint, the last ombudsman, well, 2 or 3 ombudsmen, Brenda Purefoy, ombudspersons, Brenda Purefoy, Terry Bankert, before he died, sat in that back room back there and told the Ethics and Accountability Board, I was there, $250,000 was the minimum. Them offices used to be funded $500,000. 3, 4, 500,000. You check the record. They was kind of functioning. You had Jim Ananick's dad. You had Terry Bankert, Brenda Purefoy, and all them folks. That $250,000, the ombudsman said she could use more money. I wouldn't stop that money, that $50,000, and word it at the ombudsman's office. I wouldn't care if you got 50,000 to the Ethics and Accountability Board and 50,000 to Human Relations. Human Relations deal with race discrimination and discrimination throughout the city. It's been a bad thing going on with discrimination. Look at the Muslims. What's his name? Jalil. He comes before council on behalf of the black man and says, can we remove the NAACP president because of what happened to the brother at Hurley? The NAACP president was put on the Hurley board because it was some problems there. When they said, don't put your black hands on that white baby, them folks settled that. I believe, and people get mad at me when I talk about race being a factor in the city of Flint, but it is. It's been a factor in voting patterns. It's been a factor in prosecutions. It's been a factor in certain police activity. Nobody wants to admit it, but I'll see it and get in trouble for saying it. The Ethics and Accountability Board is supposed to enforce the charter. I'm listening at a city attorney. They call the city attorney down to the Ethics and Accountability Board as it relates to this president thing. And they call 6 council people who didn't show down to the Ethics and Accountability Board, but they ain't got no subpoena power. They ain't got no attorneys. Human Relation and Ethics and Accountability both need the 50,000 apiece. The ombudsman need another 100,000 or more. So I supported the motion. I was surprised when folks didn't, but I supported it in order to make an amended motion. That 50,000, I'm sure it'll be appreciated, but it really ain't gonna do what it need to do for those 3 areas. I kind of want to amend it to 150, and they get 50 apiece just to see if they can function. And I really want to do 100 with the ombudsman and 50 with Human Relation and Ethics, but I just don't believe that this council is as liberal as I am. So I'm going to make an amendment to the motion to do 150 with 50,000 going to each of those entities, Human Relation, Ombudsperson's Office, as well as the Ethics and Accountability Board, and I so move.
There's a motion on the floor for amendment to change it from 50,000 to 150,000 to give the Ombudsman Office 50,000, the Human Relations Commission, and the Ethics and Accountability Board.
Coming from the general fund.
Coming from the general fund. Is there a second?
I second.
It's been properly seconded. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Councilman Murphy.
The $250,000 that's for the ombudsman's office is not specifically for.
Is your mic on, sir?
Can you hear me back there, Paul? Okay, he can hear me. Can you hear me?
I couldn't, that's why.
Okay.
And it gets with
All right.
these.
The $250,000 for the ombudsman's office includes the Human Relations Department. So it's not the $250,000 is earmarked specifically just for the ombudsman. Those 2 departments are included in the $250,000. So to do a separate 50,000, 50,000, and 50,000, I hear your point, and moving 50,000 for the Human Relations and 50,000 for the Ethics and Accountability Board. You being more specific in those pieces. But the $250,000 for the ombudsman, I guess that would move that general budget to $250,000 to 300,000 with a specific piece of budget for 50,000 for the Human Relations Department, and then the other 50,000 for the Ethics and Accountability Board that would be restricted to those different departments, but the 250,000 can also support the Ethics and Accountability Board and the Human Relations Department outside of the 50,000, so I can go along with that, but to me, moving it to 250,000 to, that would be $400,000 altogether. I guess you requesting out of that 50,000 be restricted to the Human Relations Department and 50,000 be restricted to the Ethics and Accountability Board, with the rest going to the Ombudsman Department that still also include the Human Relations. Is that what I'm getting from you, Councilman Mays?
If I may,
Speaker through Councilman Mays.
if I may,
Yeah,
yeah,
before
that's what I'm trying to say.
Okay, I'm fine with that.
Okay.
That's all.
Is there anyone else in this first round who would like to speak?
Yeah, Madam Chair,
Councilman Mays?
real quick. What I've noticed, Mr. Murphy, is that the old Ombudsman's office, when they had investigators and subpoenas and they was up around 500,000 alone. When y'all did the charter and did the Ethics and Accountability Board and the Human Relations Commission, the Human Relations Commission is just coming into play, but I noticed that the Ombudsman's office wasn't really sharing that 250 with Ethics and Accountability Board. They were saying they could use some more. And so we allocated, if I'm not mistaken, Ms. Winfrey Carter, 50,000 to the Ethics and Accountability Board under two different administrations, if I'm not mistaken. They never got it. That's appalling to me. And so I'm saying, don't listen to these folks. If we pass this and we allocate it, we have a duty and responsibility to make it accessible. Let's not let it happen again that we allocate and folks don't use it. It goes back to the general fund. But my point is this. I'm a little different. If I'm on the Ethics and Accountability Board and the council allocate 50,000, you ain't gonna have to worry about me not getting it, because I'm gonna call the folks in who release it. That's my job, to hold them ethically and accountable to the budget. So that's what concerns me about the Ombudsman's office and the Ethics and Accountability Board. I done been before them twice. Once, because Griggs filed a complaint that I was helping Piper campaign. It actually had me down there answering questions. Finding no wrongdoing. I gave Monica Galloway the Hitler salute. They had me down there again. Findings. I'm still here. Wasn't no big thing. To some it was, but to me it was bigger. Getting removed repeatedly wrongfully out of my elected seat. I'm waiting to see what they're going to say here, because they mad now because people use their language on a letter, and I've heard people say they got a misunderstanding. The Ethics and Accountability Board told us to do this to him. They'll tell you when you show up. They didn't have a quorum the other week. They was talking to the whole council. I'm going to give them an opportunity to call me down there a third or fourth time. I ain't hiding from them. I give them money. But I want them to use that money for lawyers, subpoenas, and anything else they need to use it for, because when they don't do their job, it hurts the city. Not only this council, it hurts police investigations. It hurt a lot. So This ain't gonna be an adequate budget, but I'm gonna vote for it and see what happens. And if anybody from the Ethics and Accountability Board is listening, prove me wrong that we allocated y'all money before and y'all didn't even know how to get it. I bet you I didn't know how to get it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Mays. Is there anyone else in this first round?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Herkenroder?
I have a point of clarification. So I just want to make sure that I understand. So the motion is an additional $50,000 per Ombudsman, Human Relations, and ENA. Is that to all go toward personnel? Because according to the charter, no member of the Ethics and Accountability Board will receive financial compensation for serving. So I just want to clarify.
It's for operating costs.
For all?
For all of them, such as expenses that they
Okay.
need, if they need rent.
Okay,
or,
yep, okay, yep, thank you. So I just wanted to make sure that we have that clarified, because in the spreadsheet it says personnel. So I did just want to make sure that this was for $150,000, 50 each for supplies. Is that a correct statement?
It's not for salaries.
I said supplies.
Supplies, correct.
Supplies,
The cost of operating.
Right.
Operating costs. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilman Murphy.
If the Ombudsman office need to hire some investigators to work in her department, this money should be able to use towards her hiring. If you know the history of the Ombudsman's office, when Brenda Purify was in there and Daryl Buchanan, they had 2 investigators or somebody that was out doing complaints or clerk, somebody that was working. So the Ombudsman's office didn't just do all the work themselves. They had someone
right.
that work in their office. So if they need to use this money.
Point of order.
What's your point of order?
Now, y'all know y'all didn't want to suspend the rules.
you,
We
Councilman.
still on the
So-
first round. I urge y'all to
Thank
let
you.
it flow.
Thank you, Councilman Mays.
So I guess just another point of clarification or point of information to Councilman Murphy. So that didn't come out of the suits and settlements fund? Because I don't want to have to put money, into an account if we don't need to, you know what I mean?
Councilman Murphy, the question was to you, sir.
The money go be however the Ombudsman's office feels she need to do to get her office up and running. What that look like, I don't know, and I don't want to dictate to her what it need to be for. If she need more supplies, office furniture, equipment, computers, laptop.
Right, and I understand that, but again,
Hold on, because in fairness, because we did not vote to suspend the rules, Councilman Murphy. And for clarity, basically, and I'm generalizing, that he's stating for, which if we're talking about, it would be personal if we're paying salaries. So,
right, and I understand that. And point of information specifically to Mr. Murphy, because I do want to make sure we are following the proper order and everything of that. Specifically in regards to the suits and settlement fund, so is the intent with these dollars to be able to help support any outside counsel outside of the existing suits and settlement fund? Is that the intention?
Through you to the speaker, the funds will be for the Ombudsman to hire if she need to.
Great.
To get supplies if she need to hire out, whatever she need to. I'm not sure, whatever. It's for her department to use. She just can't go to.
Right, right. I just want to make sure that we aren't adding more money to the Ombudsman's office if they already have access to that suits and settlements fund. That's where my holdup is.
Councilman Murphy, just the point of information, the city attorney doesn't even know at this time. He's going to, if the ombudsperson has access to the suits and
That's
settlement
my
fund.
question, yeah.
Yeah, and so that would have been more of a legal question for him, and he stated at this point he does not know if the ombudsperson has access to the suits and settlement fund, but I believe Councilman Murphy is saying anything, all but not limited to operating costs
Right.
and additional outside contracts.
Right, okay. Then to follow up, until we get that clarified with Suits and Settlements Fund, I don't feel comfortable voting yes or no, just until we get that clarified, so everybody is all on the same page.
Are you done, Councilwoman Herkenrother?
Yes.
Thank you. Is there anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Priestley, you have the floor.
I have a hesitancy to vote to increase this budget by that much money when we just removed $168 million. I just think that is very excessive, and that almost doubles the budget. In our tight times, we have to stick with the minimum funding that the charter requires us to maintain. And if, I understand the concern of the charter committee in putting the $250,000 in, because they were worried that it could get cut, but alas, they did put a minimum dollar amount, and that's all I'm willing to fund them.
Thank you, Councilwoman Priestley. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in this first round? And for clarity, Councilwoman Herkenrother, there is no access, the ombudsperson does not have access to the Suits and Settlement Fund, and so that provides you your clarity. Is that
Yes,
sufficient
yes,
for you?
thank you.
Okay,
Thank
you're very
you.
welcome. Is there anyone else in this first round who hasn't spoken? Anyone else in the first round? Okay, on to the second round. Councilman Murphy, I see you
Yes,
tapping
thank
the
you.
mic.
This has been one of the issues since we implemented the charter, even, us trying to get them funding. So this is one of my babies right here. I always wanted to make sure that department was fully funded because it's two departments added into one, plus an additional Ethics and Accountability Board. So I'll be supporting Councilman May's amendment motion to add some dollars on here, whether it go up or down. That's where I'm at on that. But I do want to see that department funded fully and not have to be scrambling to try to figure out how they're going to hire personnel. When you look at the ombudsman director position, and even if she wanted to hire 2 investigators to work in her office, and I do remember Anita Brown, and I believe it was another person that worked in that office. If they don't have the necessary staffing and no telling how the volumes of complaints that's coming into that office, when you talk about police harassment or brutality, I'm not sure if that's out there. I just don't know what their volume of complaints are. And for 1 or 2 people to have to come in there and take all of those and investigate that, they need to be fully staffed. So I'll be supporting this amended motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the second round?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Councilman Mays.
Yeah, I'm gonna just put my credibility on the line. I believe I count 5 votes. I want to see how the vote go. I'm gonna support it. This is money they can use to do what they need to do to fulfill their charter responsibilities, however and what they use it, and we'll watch that. And if for the 3rd time these monies are not allocated, I'm hoping that the council remember this day and do all things necessary to make sure that money is released and allocated. Because I've seen twice, and if I'm not mistaken, and usually I'm not, 2 different administrations who didn't allocate that money and never released it to these entities that hold us accountable. So it's easy for me. I appreciate you supporting the amendment, Mr. Murphy. I appreciate the original motion because it's an area that I've tried to budget each and every year. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Mays. Is there anyone else in this second round? Anyone else in the second round? Anyone else? Well, I'm going to speak last and quickly and briefly. When the ombudsperson came, she did not request for more money. She did not actually left her budget where it was at, which was $250,000. It did not address the Human Rights Commission, the EA board. She didn't get into, she left her budget where it was at. But here's my issue. I see how, and I know the limited funds. There was at one point that they didn't have enough money, and they were trying to take away some of the money from the operating costs from the ombudsperson's office. And that, to me, was disturbing because it was put in a charter, and we need to make sure we keep it there, along with the Human Rights Commission, the Ethics and Accountability Board. So when we talk about improving these boards, we need to make sure that they have some monies to allocate to function with. It's hard to function to hold a meeting if you don't have basic supplies, pens, pencils, or if you need to have a working session. Everything that we do, we take, for us to be here, takes lights and personnel or someone to do it. And we're talking about investigating outside. They are not a part of the Suits and Settlement Fund. So therefore, if you come to these boards and you need something that requires an outside attorney or outside investigation, we simply don't have that. So I will be in support of this because I have appointed a person. She's very well qualified, and these are professionals. So I will be supporting this. Do we have tough times? Yes, and when it gets to certain things, what I am concerned about, people's rights is important, and following the charter is important to me. So I will be voting to support this so that they can function. And the issues that they may have in between, we need to, hopefully as we move forward, these boards will be able to function in a better capacity to where they're able to deliver a response if they need a outside investigator. They need what they need to be successful. So I will be supporting this amendment of the $150,000, which will be split up amongst the three. Now we're going to go on to the vote. The amended vote was to add, to change it to $150,000 to include for the Ombudsman's office, to include the Ombudsman, the Human Rights Commission, and the EA, the Ethics and Accountability Board. And if I fall asleep, I just took a Benadryl. So, Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Vote is 6 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 1 no. We will be adding the $150,000 to the Ombudsman's office for operating costs. So we're going to go on to our next, my voice is drying up now, the Benadryl. We're going to go on to our, we're going to go on to our next one, which is going to be, this is going to be tough. Councilwoman Priestley, you may have to take it. We're going to go on to our next one, which is the Hasselberg. Yeah. Can you come take this while I go?
Point of order.
What's your point?
Can we take a 3 to 5 minute recess? Maybe some lemon to help you.
I am going to let her take it so we can keep going. And then I will be back. I don't want to do a recess. I want us to keep the vote going. And I will be back. Oh, because of the vote. We'll take, because y'all need my vote. Okay, I'll be right back.
Do you need water?
I'm gonna go in the back and I'm gonna go in the office and get it. I know the sign language.
Ms. Burns? Ms. Winfrey Carter has a bottle of water.
You do? I need to go to the bathroom and still die. We'll see. I can get back.
Come back. These people need you.
Okay, so the next amendment or proposal is $25,000 transferred to Hasselbring Center.
sorry.
I have that just as a transfer to the fund. Mr. Mays, that was your proposal. Would you like to make a motion?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I would move that we transfer 25,000 to both Hasselbrink and Brennan individually, 25,000 apiece, and I would combine those two unless somebody objected and/or wanted them separated. So I so move.
It has been moved that we send $25,000 to Hesselbring and $25,000 to Brennan as a transfer to their fund. Is there a second?
I second.
It has been moved and seconded. Any discussion?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays?
Yeah, this is a allocation that we've made each year. It's went through. They've appreciated it. We've even made a similar allocation from the block grant money, and we'll see what we do when we get to that point. But this one is pretty easy for me. I'll be voting yes for Hasselbrink and Brennan. Get 25,000 apiece from the general fund, and pretty simple for me. Thank you.
Is there any other discussion? Uh-oh, don't go. Any other discussion? Any other discussion
In the first round?
in the first round? In the second round?
Yeah, Madam Chair, without objections, I would still ask that we hesitate on the vote until Ms. Burns get back. We kind of short two council people. I don't take none of these votes for granted, but I do take seriously the senior centers, Brennan and Hasselbrink. So in my discussion, I'm asking that we wait till we get everybody back, because I haven't been able to predict this council accurately yet.
I'm going to call for the vote. Madam Clerk?
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns is not. Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no to transfer $25,000 to Hesselbring and $25,000 to Brennan to their fund. The next proposed amendment is $50,000 to the Haskell Center. And Mr. Murphy, that was your motion. Would you like to make a motion, or that was your suggestion?
Yes, I would like to move $50,000 to Haskell Community Center.
Is there?
Madam Chair, I support.
It's been moved and seconded to move $50,000 to Haskell Center. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Murphy.
I wanted to move 50,000 to Haskell. I know Council Dr. Lewis wasn't here. In her absence, I wanted to make sure that we advocate for funding for Haskell Center that is in her ward. The young lady came before council and talked about grants that was allocated that she never received for Haskell to do some things. I believe this 50,000 can help pay for operating expenses outside of capital improvement that I believe the grant is earmarked to do for Haskell Community Center. And to my colleague, Dr. Lewis, I did not want to do this to step on your toes because it's in your ward, but because you wasn't here, I just wanted to be the advocate for your center over there. And I guess I'll be done and turn it over to you or Councilman Mays, because I know he's been working closely with the young lady that came before council, I believe. I had not really had a conversation with her, but she did come before council to talk about lack of getting funding. So this 50,000 will help support Haskell in ways to get that center back up and running. I'm done. Hello.
Is there any other discussion?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Dr. Lewis.
thank you. I'd like to extend a thank you to my colleague in the third ward and also in the first ward for getting this on the floor because it's important to the north side. On the north side, we definitely have a senior center functioning, and they are lively and they are doing well. But one thing we don't have a place for our youth to go. And Haskell served as that place. So while it was closed, a lot of young people had to find alternative things to do. So this $50,000 will help with the operating and just basically opening the doors. So this could once again become a vibrant youth center for the north side, because the south side has theirs within the Boys and Girls Club. Well, this is our version of the Boys and Girls Club. And we would definitely be remiss if we didn't fund this to help keep the youth off the street. Because if we keep the youth off the street, we could. That's a part of crime prevention. So thank you so much.
Is there any other discussion in the first round?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes, Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Now, what fund are you guys thinking of getting this money from? Are we using opera funds, or are we talking about the general budget? Because I guess I'm thinking, is this something, and I'm sure it is, something that we could, use as far as, opera, we can use opera funds for this. Had you guys considered that? Through you, Madam Chair, to the speaker, whoever the speaker is, or whoever, to you, through you to whoever, I said a point of information or a point of order or whatever I said. I can't remember. No. Did I say a point of information? Oh, wait. I'm so tired. I don't even know. But I'm just saying, is this something that we could use opera funds for, as opposed to the budget, to the general fund? And I just want to throw that out, because I would think that we would want to even put a little more into it. When we talk about our youth, yes, our youth on the north end they really need a place to go. And we need to make sure that happens. So,
Ms. Winfrey,
just a thought.
Ms. Winfrey Carter, are you making a motion?
Well, yeah, I can make a motion to amend it to 75,000, but I would say let's use opera funds. Is that a possibility? Is that something that you guys want to do? Because I don't think that
Point of order.
Haskell.
What's your point, Mr.
Motion,
Mason?
then discussion.
Well,
Hasn't been a motion.
I'll make the motion to amend the motion to 75,000 from opera. Thank you.
It's been moved that amended motion to move $75,000 to Haskell Center from ARPA dollars. Is there a second? Is there a second?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Mays.
I'll second the motion.
It's been moved and seconded to move $75,000 from the ARPA dollars to Haskell. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Mays.
the reason I seconded that motion, because I can remember when, under emergency manager, we had chains and padlocks on the door at Hasselbrink. And I know the process that we went through, because I was involved in it, to open that back up. I remember driving Howard Croft over there at Marcar with the keys and how stuff happened. The 75,000 for Haskell, I seconded Ms. Winfrey Carter for the purpose of discussion. It included ARPA funds, but this meeting should have had Whittigan and Brian from Ernst & Young still here. And I second it because I'm conscious of a second amendment. I don't know, without hearing from them, whether ARPA funds qualify. I can probably see how they can. But the reason I second it, because where there's 75,000, 100,000, or 150, whether it's general fund and or ARPA fund, I'm in favor of it. The 50,000, you know, it should be more. The fund that it come out of, if we put our lost revenue into the general fund, or if it qualifies for ARPA funds, I think we can find out between now and Monday. And I think that between legal and finance, whatever, the second amendment, I would like to hear and or general fund or ARPA funds, and or. But I'm going to support it in whatever form it go through. And I don't think 50 or 75 is enough. When Ms. Bell came, she said somebody from the administration had promised somewhere between 200,000 to 300,000, if I'm not mistaken. And so what we're doing here, in the spirit of Haskell, I'm conscious that it needs to be more than a spirit. It should be some actual dollars to deal with that park. I don't know the park's name, as well as the building and or the operations. And so that's why I second it for discussion, and I'll wait to see. But the original amendment, I mean, this is the amendment or the original motion. Either way, I'm going to support it. But it ain't what it should be. And if we're serious about it, we got the opportunity to make it be what it needs to be. And I think we can afford it. Thank you.
Is there any other discussion?
Yeah.
Mr. Murphy?
Yeah. I haven't been dealing with the ARPA dollars in this general budget, because I thought the ARPA dollars was separate from the budget that we adopting today. So I don't want to mix the two. I could see leveraging dollars and using 50,000 for general personnel or utility costs, whatever, to get the building up and running, because it is a city-owned building. We should keep it maintained with general operating dollars, including using ARPA dollars to do some capital improvement with the building or do some additional programming. But I just don't want to, because the ARPA dollars are one-time dollars, and I really don't want to try to mix the two or even mix the two in this discussion, because I'm assuming that we are approving the general dollar budget. Now with the ARPA dollars, the 8.1 million that Whittigan brought to us today to deal with eligible costs in the general fund budget that they done already looked at, that we asked them to bring to us. I thought that is what we might could possibly approve when it comes down to the ARPA dollars. I want to not bring both of them together. So I would like to look at the ARPA dollars in addition to this 50,000 to do things with that center. But I just want us to sustain Haskell with our own general operating dollars moving forward. And when we do use the ARPA dollars, we could do that to add some, maybe we may want to redo the swimming pool that's in there and get that back operating out of the ARPA dollars, or fix the air condition. I'm just not sure what that looked like at this point in time, but I just wanted to focus more on the general budget. So I'm not sure about how, I can't support the 75,000 using the ARPA dollars because I just don't want to mix the two at this time. But I hear where you're going, Councilman. Hold on. Oh no.
Mr. Murphy, that'll make it worse.
I'm just saying. So, Dr. Winfrey Carter, I hear where you was going. I just don't want to mix the two. So, I can't support that. I will support it if we use, but not with the general dollar. I'd rather stick to the 50,000 versus adding I'm done.
Ms. Herkenroder.
Well, I think my colleague in the third ward read my mind, because that's literally exactly the same thing. I want to make sure that while we're talking about this, same thing, I don't want to mix ARPA and everything, but wholeheartedly support that, being able to utilize ARPA dollars for it. I will not be voting for this amendment because it is specifically for ARPA. I will support that 50,000 though, absolutely. So I have nothing else to say. Mr. Murphy covered it all.
Is there any other discussion in the first round? Any other discussion in the first round? Any other discussion in the first round? And now we go to the second round. Any discussion in the second round?
Yes, Madam Chair. And I don't know who can answer this question. This would be a question, how much was allocated towards Haskell in the previous years, and that's probably, I know we didn't do anything for Haskell last year.
I've got my documents over there. I don't think is it in the back of the budget book?
Yeah, I haven't
Because they
at all
have their
seen-
own separate fund. Hold on just a second. You can stop the time while you're looking at it. I've asked the clerk to stop the time while we look this information up.
Okay.
Because it would be like it's to a question to another person outside of the council.
Yeah, I don't think so. That would be something.
I don't think that we have the budget for Haskell or any of the other community centers in our budget packet. Oh, okay, I guess
What-
we can't find it, so go ahead.
Through you to Councilman Mays. Councilman Mays, do you know that information?
I refuse to participate under these rules. Go ahead, what did you say? I'm making a point.
Through you, Madam Chair, to Councilman Mays. Councilman Mays, when was the last time Haskell was funded? Do you know?
During the PAL dispute.
Okay.
They had a dispute with PAL when Jackie Poplar and them was here, and PAL used to operate out of there. And then it was a dispute, and PAL split up into two entities. That was the last serious concentration on Haskell. And I remember I got in trouble and did community service cleaning up Haskell. And that's when I remember seeing the pool and cleaning up in that room. And so it's been a long time.
Okay.
That's why I know that Mr. Murphy just asked me, was Haskell in this budget? I said Hasselbrink and Brennan wasn't in it. So as I recall, I don't remember seeing Haskell
Right.
in this budget. And so it's been a long time since we paid attention to it.
Thank you very much.
Okay, yeah, because I've never, I don't remember Haskell being in any of the budgets the last 4 years. So, I mean, I would hope, now, I am for the 50,000, but when you think of 50,000, is that going to be enough, you know, to take care of what needs to be taken care of over
Point of
there on that?
information,
What's your point, Mr. Mays?
through you to the speaker, you remember when we sent, I think, 170-some thousand for McKinley?
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Yeah, okay, I'm done.
Is there any other discussion in the second round?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Mays.
I don't think I've said nothing in the second.
No, I was trying to think, and I was like, yeah.
Beg your pardon?
No, I was trying, I didn't mark it down, so I don't think.
Yeah, I wanted to try to clear something up. I want to read from the charter. I'm on page 62, and I want to make it clear. It says the budget shall provide a 3-year financial plan for all City of Flint funds and activities with 5 years of revenue projections, and except as required by law or this charter, shall be in such form as the mayor deems desirable or the city council require for effective management, and an understanding of the relationship between the budget and the City of Flint strategic goals. The budget shall begin with a clear general summary of its contents, show in detail all estimated revenue. See, people getting hung up on these general funds and ARPA funds, but the charter say all estimated income, indicating the proposed property tax levy and all proposed expenditures. A fiscal year goes from July 1st to June 30th of the upcoming year. And we have a responsibility to review all revenue and all proposed expenditures. That's page 62 of the Flint City Charter. And so I don't want people to think we doing something wrong when we look at all revenue and all expenditures for the upcoming fiscal year. It don't just say general fund revenue and expenditures. So I'm willing to look at all revenue and all expenditures, including general fund and ARPA for the upcoming fiscal year. And my brain predicts if we don't do our job to pay attention to specific concerns of our wards, specific concerns that we've heard articulated from the public, we're a little derelict. So I don't want council. I heard when I was leaving out, Mr. Murphy, and I heard you, Ms. Priestley. I don't want folks to get it twisted. We have the duty and a responsibility on page 62 of the charter to look at all upcoming revenues and all expenditures. General fund, ARPA, all of these expenditures is on the table. I don't know if I'll do a second amendment in my second round. And I don't know what will happen with the increase in dollars on your motion, Ms. Winfrey Carter. I don't even know what will happen with the original motion. But this is our only one opportunity a year on this specific resolution to decide what we think is adequate and sufficient if we're going to try to wake Haskell back up. And I'm going to use my knowledge and experience when I look at other centers Because I remember when they shut the Parks Department down, Patrick Gerace left Flint and was up there working with Antoinette. Patrick Gerace used to be the Parks Director. And so that's when things kind of went a little backwards too. We have an opportunity to wake Haskell back up. I wouldn't care if it was $150,000 and it was spent for the operations and or the park. Because when you wake a center back up, you're going to have some type of director there. When you wake a center back up, you're going to have some type of activities. And when you wake that particular center up, it's directly connected with a park, just like Hasselbrink. So whatever this council feel, I'm going to support it. But in reality, I think we could do better. Thanks.
Any other discussion in the second round? Any other discussion in the second round? Any other discussion in the second round? Okay, this is the vote for $75,000 from ARPA to Haskell Community Center. Madam Clerk.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Herkenroder?
No.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
Vote is 3 yes, 4 no.
Okay, and this takes us back to our original motion of $50,000 from general fund to the Haskell Community Center. Is there, believe we're still on the first round. Is there any other discussion? Is there any other discussion? Any other discussion in the first round? Second round.
Madam Chair.
I knew you were waiting for that, Mr. Mays.
Yeah, Madam Chair. I don't know if the ARPA designation was the hang-up, but I do know, with what I know, that people might better pay attention to this discussion, whether it's ARPA and or general fund. I don't think 50,000 is enough. And we got a little night ahead of us. And so between now and Monday, I'm watching these resolutions. I'm watching how the vote's going. I'm watching everything about them because I know Monday you can still amend stuff before we get to that final vote. And that's why Whittigan, Ernst & Young, I'm going to ask that they be here on Monday, whenever we convene. Do we know when the meeting for the first Monday in June will happen? Do we have a time and a date, Madam Chair?
Next Monday at 5:30? I'm not sure about the time, but it's next Monday.
It will be next Monday, according to the clerk, but we do not know the time at this point.
Okay, I want them here. I want Whittigan and Ernst & Young here. And this is an example of why. I have no problem with the money coming from the general fund, but I'm not going to make an amendment. I'm not going to try to do nothing. I'm going to vote in favor of it, and I'll see how it go. But I'm knowing from my experience with these centers that 50,000 going to surprise the heck out of y'all. And we can do better, particularly this fiscal year. Thank you.
Any other discussion in the first round?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy, I believe you've already spoken in the first round.
No, this is the second round.
We're in the second round.
Oh, we're in the second round. I'm so sorry. I lost track.
Don't be kicking me to the curb already.
You can't reach me with no stick.
I know. But listen, I agree that we should look at using some ARPA dollars for this center outside of the 50,000, and I think we should look at that not only for Haskell, I think we should look at it for Hasselbrain and the Brennan Center and our other centers, because we may be able to use some of those dollars one time to do some capital improvement of those centers that's eligible up under these opera dollars, because it's a one-shot deal. So I'll be supporting this 50,000 and then looking at, in the near future, using opera dollars to do some improvement.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes, I will be wholeheartedly supporting this, this amendment to the budget. I do also want to, if we can also think long-term. So maybe this $50,000 won't get everything up and running this year. At least they have a nest egg so that we can keep doing this year by year. So by the end of our term, it is ready to go. It is serving hundreds of students the way that it's used to. So I think that we need to make sure that we're thinking about it on a long-term scale as well, that 50,000 overall, yeah, it's going to add up eventually. And also using it to, exactly as my colleague in the third ward said, leverage it with other grants, not just with ARPA, but also maybe CDBG funds, maybe community foundation funds, being able to help utilize other grant opportunities out there, and supporting, and this is a huge move of support from this body, showing the community how invested we are in our community, especially in our youth. So I think this is an absolute wonderful use of general fund dollars, and being able to help keep pushing forward as we keep going through our terms.
Any other discussion on the second round? Ms. Burns?
I want to say that thank you for doing this. I will be supporting this because the Haskell Center is extremely important in showing the community that we have not forgotten about them, but also to be looking forward to spending some ARPA funds to bring that center back up, because that side of town, we do not have a center that's there for the children in that area. So I will be voting to support the 50,000 and looking for our funds to further take care of this facility.
Any other discussion? Dr. Lewis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm definitely in support of putting more money into Haskell. So I would have loved to support the 75,000, but as stated previously, I don't. It just feels like we are dipping into that money, and we're gonna look up and it's gonna be gone. So I just want to make sure that we go through the proper process, because we need way more than 75,000 over there to do what needs to be done. That place needs, when you look at what rec centers and youth centers are across the nation, these places have, like say, pools and splash parks. They have community rooms. They have workout facilities, and that's going to require way more than 75,000. This 50,000 is just for operating costs like janitorial service. How much it costs to run lights. I know you all receive your consumer's energy bill. It's pretty high. So that's just going to cover those operating expenses. When it comes down to the ARPA dollars, when we really get into it, that place is going to need hundreds of thousands of dollars in order to bring it up to code. And then probably need a couple more $100,000 to bring it up to standard, meaning having things of use for the community. So I just wanted to make that clear. Didn't want to sound like I was crazy and not voting for my own thing, but I just wanted to put that out there. So I'm definitely in support. And so when it's time for us to allocate these ARPA dollars, I see there's a lot of funding out here that we probably could definitely leverage some funding. Because just like we got the Disney grant, I trust that it's other grants, and maybe this year's Disney grant, we can apply for that so we can help build up Haskell's and around Bassett Park. That's the name of the park that Councilman Mays was referring to. So I just want to make that clear, and I definitely will be voting yes just for the operating costs, so we can at least open the door and go inside and, and begin to assess what we need. Thank you.
Any other discussion? If not, then I will take mine as the last discussion. We definitely need a grant writer in this community to write grants specifically for things like Haskell Center. Luckily, we do have Ernst & Young, who is supposed to search out those kinds of grants. And I'm going to ask, and we should ask Dr. Lewis tomorrow for them to start looking for funding for that kind of situation, because I don't believe that that kind of information, that kind of funding is in the proposed plan for ARPA dollars. I 100% support the youth of our community.
Point of information.
What's your point?
Could you also ask them to look for some funding for Welch Street infrastructure? Thank you. That's it.
Okay. That is an improper point of information. So I think that having had my young nephews living with me and knowing that there is a lack of activity for children of that age, I am going to support this. The youth of our community is important to our future, and hoping to get some of these kids off of the streets so that the violence that occurred this last weekend does not occur in the future. So with that, I'd like to ask for the vote.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms.
Mr.
Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no to send $50,000 from the general fund to the Haskell Center Fund. The next motion, or next amendment, potential amendment, is transferring $1.45 million from ARPA to general fund for lost revenue. Mr. Mays, would you like to make that motion?
Madam Chair, what amount did you say?
I believe it's 1.45, 8.145.
Now you talking. And I so move.
Okay, it's been moved. Do we have a second?
Support.
Okay, it's been moved and supported to send, to transfer $8,145,000 from ARPA into general fund for lost revenue. Any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays.
Yeah, Mr. Whittigan indicated before the council members who's here, that's the amount they have now. And he indicated that if it went up to 35 million, we would have no problem coming back and doing that. In light of the budget constraints that we have and the projected deficit, I'd rather do that sooner than later, and that would mean now. So I'm going to vote for this lost revenue expenditure that qualifies to get it locked in our general fund. And, you know, I hope that is an example of what I'm reading on page 62. We must take into account all revenue and expenditures when we're doing a fiscal year budget. And I said to myself at home, I said, no matter what the majority of the council do, I'm going to let the public know 100%. I want the public to hear me, because I might repeat this 3 times. Whenever I want the public to hear me, I say it more than once. 100%. That whatever this council does or don't do as a majority, I'll tell you 100%. These amendments is coming. They coming. It ain't no way around it. 100%. In this upcoming fiscal year, they coming. They're coming as sure as I'm sitting here. And so this is our turn to deal with all revenue and all expenditure for the upcoming fiscal year. This will be an easy vote for me to transfer $8 million to ARPA, to our general fund, to take care of one of our most sacred duties, keeping this city as best we can from financial hardship. Thank you.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes, I'll be supporting this too, but through you to Janelle, can you hear me?
No.
Y'all can hear me? Okay. I would like to have a detailed budget, or actually where all of the funding is going to help support, like what department, what was the eligible activity in the department to give them this $8.1 million of ARPA dollars. Okay, so they went through the departments and the eligible activities. Where is it at? I want to see the spreadsheet to see where these funds are going to cover. Do y'all understand what I'm saying to my colleagues?
Point of information?
I don't want to just give a blank check. I want to actually see where
Mr.
is
Murphy?
it actually going.
Point of information?
Yes.
This
Point of
is-
information.
What's your point, Mr. Mays?
Through you to the speaker, you mean where the lost revenue came from?
Yes.
That was my question. Thank you,
Yes.
Mr. Mays.
That's it. I just want to look and see where we lost money at. Where would it be going? But other than that, I support it. It's also going to bring down our deficit. So I support this.
Any other speakers in the first round? Any other discussion in the first round? Any other? Second round?
Yeah, Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Mays.
I don't need an answer, but, if the rules were suspended, I would say through you to Mr. Murphy, but I would ask that they have that information to Mr. Murphy and all council people between now and Friday. I want folk to be able to look at that before we get to the final vote on Monday. So, Madam Chair, between you and Finance Chair Burns and our staff, I want it communicated to Mr. Whittigan and Mr. Jarzynski that we want to see that information prior to the weekend, with Friday maybe being a deadline as it relates to the areas of that lost revenue that got us up to where they say we're at now, that we're safe doing $8 million. Thank you.
Mr. Mays, I'm sending an email to Mr. Whittigan now.
Say what?
I'm sending Mr. Whittigan an email now.
I can't hear you.
I am sending Mr. Whittigan an email now. And
Yeah, and you say y'all meet tomorrow anyway.
correct. Any other discussion in the first round? Any other, or second round, sorry, I knew that. I wasn't on the right page. Any other discussion in second round? Any other discussion in second round? Madam Clerk?
Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no to transfer, let me get that right number, $8.145 million from ARPA to General Fund for Lost Revenue. The next item is my proposal to eliminate $280,703.81, or let's say $280,000, from salaries in the mayor's office. Is there a second?
Support.
It's been moved and seconded that we transfer eliminate $280,703.81 from the mayor's office budget. Any discussion? I've made the motion, but I will speak last if necessary. Mr. Mays.
No, you're welcome to speak on your motion first if you would like.
I believe that during the discussion earlier when I proposed this, that I said all I needed to say at this point. So I'm going to
Well, if
open it
I
up
may,
first. Absolutely, Mr. Mays.
if I may,
What was the number?
I can remember
200.
getting put out of a meeting wrongfully as I was trying to go through the different positions in the mayor's office. And so these $200 and some thousand worth of positions, Ms. Priestley, I think I heard you name some specific positions. Now, if I vote to remove these positions, at any day when the fiscal year starts, July 1st, the mayor or anybody else can bring them back to be funded. You take the money out now. If they really need it, they can come back and ask us and deal with them position by position. I don't mind doing budgeting that way. I really would have liked to see if all of these positions and appointments are in conformity with the charter. The only way you can tell if they're in conformity, in my opinion, you have to have human resources here. Human resources have to give us a record of when certain positions was posted, how long they was posted, who applied, who interviewed. In my opinion, some of these positions, from Brian Larkin back to Murdoch to Marjorie Raymer and Clyde Edwards, some of them was out of conformity. They are out of conformity because they was appointed, and some of them was professional service agreements and other funding in order to get around the charter. I listened to the conversation the other day, Mr. Murphy, as it relates to your conversation about, was it just this administration being slick, or was previous administrations being slick? I think you have slick politics in all administrations. If I'm the administration, if I'm the mayor, I'm gonna be slick until somebody stop me from being slick, as it relates to legal expenditures of $74,000 or less or whatever. So, Ms. Priestley, I'm surprised at this proposed resolution, but I'm gonna support it. Now, I'm gonna keep saying between now and Monday, I can change my mind. I might not change my mind on this one, and I might not change my mind on none of them. But as we go through this process, any council person who's been participating should say it's an open, fair, and honest process. Now, I said the other day, folks shouldn't fall out about this budget process. And so far, ain't nobody taking no jabs. I'm close to, but if you really know me, I ain't took no jabs at nobody, and I hope the process continues. So I've used my first round to say what I had to say about this. I understand your proposal, and I understand local government. Anytime this budget change or amendment hurts a department or office, they can call a special meeting within 24 hours and ask us to change it or fix it. But based upon the budget hearings, based upon some of the elusiveness that I've experienced, I'm gonna support it, and then I'll lay back and wait to see if it's proper or if it's something that need to be fixed position by position. Thank you. I'll be supporting the amendment.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes, so you want to cut $280,000. That's a significant amount of cut. Where are you, you want to cut, could you explain to me, since this is your motion, why you feel a need to cut $280,000, just for the record, for the public who is watching?
There is an additional 7 positions in the proposed mayor's budget that were not in last year's budget. So that's an additional 7 positions.
What, could you name those 7 positions that you're talking about in Pacific?
They're in this sheet.
Asking you name them.
Oh.
I didn't want to see the paper.
Chief of Staff, Communications Director, Executive Assistant, it's hard to do this real quickly, an Administrative Assistant, there is a Blight Intern, but that's, also that we have City Services Manager was one. That is not affected in this proposal. External Affairs Director. How many is that? 5? There is there were some others, but those are the ones that I've highlighted, and the list is quite extensive there. So those are the positions. The positions I'm talking about is the Community Relations Specialist, Chief of Staff, External Affairs Director, and there was another position that was partially funded by grants fully funded by grants last year, and it's now 70% general fund.
So the city administrator usually have an assistant that works under them. We always had a communications person from previous administration. I don't think they, my colleagues that's been on council before me can clear this up. I'm not sure that they were grant funded when they used to be here. I remember Don Jones used to do it for a while. Each mayor always had a communications person that worked in their office. So, and I remember Steve Branch had an assistant that worked up under them. So these positions that you are naming are almost kind of like positions that's always been in the mayor's office. So I never knew they was grant funded. So if it was grant funded, that saved us some money. If it was grant funded, I don't know how long those positions been grant funded. I don't know when Karen Weaver was the mayor, was they grant funded or did they come out of the general budget? And this could be a question to Councilman over in the 5th Ward, Winfrey Carter. To you through Winfrey Carter, these positions, were they always grant funded or did these positions usually was under general funds? This is through you, Madam Chair, to Winfrey Carter.
You know, Councilman Murphy, I know that some positions may have been grant funded. Others may have been out of the general fund. But clearly, like you said, each mayor has, so many people that they can select to work under their administration. So I'm not quite sure, as to how about these the particular positions that Councilwoman Priestley is looking at.
So,
I'm not sure.
So at first I thought we was talking about the health navigators positions. that was being cut. I can't support cutting these positions, because these positions that you name are really general positions that's really, that be in the mayor's department. So I can't support this motion here. That's about it.
Any other discussion in the first round?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes, Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Now, I have a question for you. Are these positions filled right now as we speak, currently filled?
I cannot answer that. I do know that there are a communications director and a community relations specialist, but in the fund, in the budget, but I don't know which ones are funded and which are filled and which ones are not.
Well, I can't support this motion. I'm not going to support cutting out anyone's position. And, during this budget time, I'm not for that. I think that the staff here, they work really hard. And I'm just not going to support cutting positions. Thank you.
Any other discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Ms. Herkenroder.
So I will be supporting this motion, but I just want to explain why. So the 7 positions that were listed, so there was a spreadsheet sent out to us this afternoon by Mr. Whittigan that basically had a breakdown of last year's positions and this year's positions. And in just the mayor's office, it's almost a $500,000 difference, which to me is quite striking, especially because we are facing this $14 million deficit, and that does unfortunately mean making cuts. As we're adding money to our senior centers, which are so needed, we also need to make the hard decision of eliminating positions that what I would consider to be, in some cases, excessive. So, for example, in regards to the city administrator, in this, yes, there was one assistant to the city administrator, but this budget requests an additional assistant. I can't necessarily support that, especially because that wasn't a funded position last year. So it wouldn't be getting rid of anybody necessarily, it would just be not funding that for this coming year. Additionally, in regards to the chief of staff, that's $90,000 of the general fund for someone's salary. That's a lot, and that was also a position that was not funded last year. There is in here an assistant to the mayor. I think that that's needed. There is an external affairs director. I don't understand necessarily the difference between an external affairs director and a communications director, which is again another $85,000 for a communications director and $80,000 for the external affairs director. The communications director last year was titled public relations officer. It was just about half and half between general fund and grants, but with this proposal, it would be $85,000 entirely out of the general fund. I think that we need to make sure that we are putting this money into things like the senior center, putting that $500,000 back into the community and not necessarily into the mayor's office, so that we can make sure that we're able to actually get the programs done that we as a community feel are important. So, for example, I wouldn't touch anything with the blight necessarily, but I think having several assistants in the city administrator's office, I quite frankly can't see the justification for that. So I will be supporting this amendment to that budget as well, to reduce the mayor's budget by $280,000.
Is there any other discussion in this, in the first round? Any other discussion in the first round? Any other discussion in the first round? Any discussion in the second round? Any discussion in the second round? Quickly, Mr. Mays.
Okay, I can appreciate your patience.
Mr. Mays.
I've already said I'll support it because what we're doing here today is a working session. People can still gather information between now and Monday, and people can change their votes and do what they want when we get to the real deal. That'll be Monday. I'm going to vote for it, and I'll wait to see if the mayor can change folks' mind. But when we went through the budget hearings, it was 3 departments that, I think it was Ms. Ryan, if that was her name, the Deputy Chief Financial Officer, who went through the 3 departments with the most increases. And I think this was one of the departments. I'm kind of sensitive to all departments, and I understand the budget process. If the budget is on the table with us, we get 1 shot a year to try to be fiscally responsible, and I can guarantee you, with whatever we do, there will be proposed budget amendments for us to vote on all throughout the year. I have no problem showing up for special meetings. I have no problem showing up for a special meeting with particular budget amendments, and we can analyze them and decide them at that time. But I'll be supporting this. We've had one resolution for 168,000. If I'm not mistaken, this one is 280,000. They add up to $1 million pretty quick. But I'm still sensitive to personnel and operations from my union point of view. But I'm also sensitive to respect to this council. And when folks come before us and we ask specific questions, there should never be a delay, particularly in the budget process, of getting information as it relates to position, personnel, and whatever. So this city will continue to roll and move forward. I've always enjoyed the budget process, and so just keeping it short, not using my whole 5 minutes, I'll be voting yes today as it relates to the information that I'm hearing. Thank you.
Any other discussion in this second round? Any other discussion in the second round? Last call. Any other discussion for this second round? Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Mr. Mays, excuse me, Mr. Mays?
Who?
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes.
Vote is 4 yes, 3 no.
The vote is 4 yes, 3 no. The motion fails.
No. Did you say the motion?
Fails.
Oh, okay.
Okay, going back. The next item is removing $60,000 from supplies from the city clerk's office.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Ms. Herkenroder.
if I may,
Yes.
I will be withdrawing this request. I did learn out more just for a point of clarity, every 10 years. So I was looking at the past year's budget, and only $345 or so was spent out of this particular fund in question. And then the allocation had jumped dramatically to $65,000. Upon having a further conversation with Clerk Brown, I realized that was because the codification of ordinances is set to happen this year. As such, I will be withdrawing this motion because that's something that we need to do to stay in compliance.
Okay, without objection, this motion will not be.
Point of information.
Yes, sir.
What was being proposed?
A reduction of the clerk's supplies budget of $60,000. Okay. The next item, excuse me, I've got blight in here, but that's actually going to be ARPA dollars. So sorry, I thought I had changed that. Let me get that out of there. Is $100,000 for tree removal, Mr. Mays, would you like to make a motion? Or tree debris removal?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I would move the $100,000 from the general fund to DPW for that consumer's problem tree removal, and I so move.
Is there a second?
I second.
It's been moved and properly seconded to add $100,000 to the DPW's budget for tree debris removal. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays?
Yeah, we have a budgeted amount for tree trimming and tree removal, but this problem occurs when consumers have a problem and they come out and clear the trees from different power lines, whether they're in a person's backyard or whether they're out by the street. And I know there's ongoing talks. I've experienced it for a few years. And so when I talked to Heather Griffin, who's in the middle of this, her and Mike Brown came back and asked for this budget amendment. And I'm in support of it because I got residents calling me and they'll say, Councilman Mays, consumers left them trees. I mean, even when ice gets on the trees and they interfere with lines, I don't know how many people have experienced it, but you're going to get calls. Them residents is upset when consumers just cut it and leave it there. So this is an easy one for me, and that's why I brought it with the department's request. I'll be voting for it.
Is there any other discussion? Yes, Mr. Murphy.
I'll be supporting this. And Councilman Mays, thank you for enlightening me on that situation, because I have an area now on Wager Street where Consumer Power came and cut the trees and left the tree stuff all in the street. And I put a referral in. It's still sitting there. But I did not know Consumer Power just come and cut the branches down. And I know my auntie also had a house where consumers cut the trees in the back and left all the stuff in the yard. I did not know they did not take the tree stuff with them and they just cut it and leave it. That's just not right. I think we ought to be bringing Consumer Power in to look at how they do that, because that's not right. But anyways, I support this because I have some trees in the street right now, and they just leave it in the street. I mean, put it on the curve from the sidewalk to the street. Don't just leave it in the street like that, and cars got to go around it. But yeah, I'll be supporting this.
Point of information.
What's your point, Mr. Mays?
Through you to the speaker. So you in favor of calling consumers in here?
Absolutely.
I am too.
Okay. Yes. Are you done, Mr. Murphy? Any other discussion?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Dr. Lewis.
Thank you. So about the consumer's energy deal, I know that they did that to our park when they installed some lights. So they left the trees there, and then when called to ask to pick up the trees, because there was a lot of them, they said that it was not their responsibility. So that's what they said. So it sort of kind of goes into cherry picking, because we had a down power line. It was on Fleming Road, and so they showed up. They cut the branches, and then they also brought a tree grinder, and they grinded the trees on the spot. So I don't understand, if you don't get rid of trees, you just don't get rid of trees. So how were you able to get rid of those trees? So keeping in mind that a lot of people in Flint, especially on the north side, can't afford to get rid of those big branches, or they're not physically able to do so. So we definitely need to investigate that, because it's really making our community look bad. Because if you drive down the north side, you see a whole bunch. I'm not saying that they did it, but it's a possibility they could have. You see a whole bunch of cut down branches just on the side of the street, And the priority is not going to pick that up. And it's hard for you to cut that and saw that and bag that. So if all thing you have to do is just cut trees and grind it at the same time, I mean, I just want to know, why can't we be afforded that luxury? Do they leave the trees in suburban county, not counties, but cities? If they do, I mean, I would like to know that. So if they go to Grand Blanc and cut a tree, do they leave that there? So something that we do need to look into and take serious, because again, we deserve equal treatment. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion in the first round? Any other discussion in the first round? If not, I will say my piece. I have never seen Consumers Energy not take care of limbs, and if that's happening in the north end of Flint, then that is wrong, because I've not seen it on the east side. So I will be voting in favor of this, and I do hope that we go after consumers for reimbursement on top of that. But at least this gives us the opportunity to collect that, or at least remove that ourselves if necessary. Okay, now on to the second round. Any discussion in the second round? Any discussion on the second round? Last chance.
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays.
Yeah, I had it wasn't in my ward, but it was somebody who I knew from church. I think the street was Mallory. They parked behind the truck who had went in their driveway and had cut the trees in the backyard. When they called me, it was police there, it was consumers. She wasn't gonna move her car and didn't until they agreed to come back and get them trees out of the backyard. So I don't know what you done ain't seen, but I'm telling you, not only have I seen it, but I've been on scene and I've seen it repeatedly. And so I shouldn't have took up the time to say that, but I mean, I've seen it repeatedly.
Any other discussion in the second round? Yes, Ms. Burns.
Through you, Madam Chair, to the city attorney, can we find out what the policy is with consumers? Because they do not pick up those stumps, and they do leave them there. I will be voting to support it, because I had 2 calls this last week where they left the trees there, and I have pictures of them. But if we get through you, through the chair, make sure we find out what the policy is for them removing them once they cut them down. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Ms. Burns, we're getting you a cough drop from my drawer. I didn't think about it until just now. Is there any other discussion? Not my candy, just the cough drops. Is there any other discussion in the second round? Any other discussion in the second round? All right, as soon as Mr. Murphy returns to his seat, we will vote. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no to allocate $100,000 for tree debris removal for the DPW. The next one is from Mr. Pfeiffer, and it is a reduction in planning and development of $250,000. His request is to fund planning and development at 10% over their 2022 budget. Is there any motion? Would anyone like to make a motion on this? Last call?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Mays.
I make the motion.
It has been moved that we remove $250,000 from the Planning and Development Department. Is there a second?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Burns.
I will second that.
It's been moved and seconded to remove $250,000 from planning and development. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I
Yes,
made
Mr.
the
Reeves.
motion, but I don't know how I'm gonna vote. I made it out of courtesy. I need to hear the whys and what's going on. I don't understand it right now. I asked would Mr. Piper be here for Monday. I'm hearing maybe Wednesday, and I just don't know what's going on. Planning and development includes Bill Vandercook, some new employees we got in there, a lot of work been going on in that department as it relates to dispensaries, grow processing. If somebody can tell me why or what specifically this proposed resolution is, I might vote for it. Other than that, I might abstain for not enough information. I just don't know what's going on, but if I wasn't here, I would want somebody to give me the courtesy, so I made the motion for discussion. I don't really understand what's happening. You say he sent it through you. Maybe you could enlighten me. Remember when Mr. Griggs was in the hospital once. I'm not opposed to people on intercom phones or whatever, but I don't know if you're going to see me vote on something I ain't quite knowing the details or understanding it. So that's all I'm going to say in the first round, and I'll wait to see if I'm enlightened by the time we get to the second round and vote. Thank you.
Mr. Murphy?
I'm not giving no reasoning why $250,000. I know Parks and Recreation is up under there. They do a lot of different stuff. I can't see supporting eliminating $250,000 without a clear explanation of why. And maybe to you, Councilman Priestley, if you can explain why, since he delivered the message to you, could you explain to all of us why is $250,000 being proposed cut? Thank you.
Let me. This is what he texted me. He'd like to keep the planning department at adopted 2022 levels plus 10% since the revenue doesn't increase and doesn't show a need for a 50% increased budget.
Point of information, could you repeat that whole thing again?
His text quote, "Only thing I would like to do is keep the planning department at adopted 2022 levels plus 10%, since the revenue doesn't increase and doesn't show a need for an approximately 50% budget increase." Is there any other discussion in this first round? Any other discussion in the first round? Ms. Burns?
Madam Chair, thank you for the cough drops, but I am allergic to honey.
Oh.
So y'all trying to kill me. So my question is there, and it may be unorthodox, is it possible to have a conversation if we call him to explain? I know that other people have, because this is a huge cut, and I know he would be here to explain it.
Yeah, it might affect. We're checking with the attorney.
Thank you.
Point of information, what y'all checking?
To see if we can contact Mr. Pfeiffer by phone and have him explain it.
I've never seen that before.
I
think we should keep moving.
That's why I'm asking our attorney for clarification.
If that's the case, I'm gonna stay at home. I don't like looking at everybody anyway. I wouldn't want to set that precedent.
Okay. All right, we're not going to allow that.
I did want to afford him that because he's incapable of being here. And if he's proposing this, I appreciate the discussion, but I did want to,
Point of information.
Yes, Mr. Mays.
Through you to Ms. Burns, you know I was capable of not being here for 28 days. I was across the street locked up.
Improper use of point of
It
information. Any other discussion? Any other discussion in the first round? Any other discussion in the first round? Second round? Any discussion in the second round? Excuse me. I'm blaming that on Ms. Burns. Any discussion in the second round? Any other discussion? Okay, Madam Clerk, a vote, please.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
no.
Ms. Herkenroder?
No.
Mr. Mays?
I abstain. I don't have enough information.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
The vote is 6 no and 1 abstention.
The vote is 6 no and 1 abstention to eliminate $250,000 from the Planning and Development Department. The next item is for an increase of $348,000, let's make it $350,000, for the Transportation Department to include the positions highlighted on the sheet that we were given, which is over there at my seat.
I move that we approve that that budget that you are.
350,000.
300 and how much?
50.
350,000.
Support.
All right, it's been moved and properly seconded to increase the Department, yes, to increase the Department of Transportation by $350,000. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Murphy.
Thank you. That's to bring back the jobs for the electrician and the engineer for the streets and all of that. So
Correct.
I support that. That's it.
Okay, any other discussion?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays.
And in light of this resolution, I'm going to support it. And then the other one that we talked about, that it should have been notes made, don't need to be. I think it was 250, I estimated. It don't need to be. I don't know if it's going to come up, but I'm going to say it don't need to be. I'm going to support this one. And that's based on the information that you came with, the sheet with the yellow highlights. So, simple as that for me. Thank you.
Any other discussion in the first round? Any other discussion in the first round? Last call for first round? Second round? Any other discussion? Any discussion in the second round? Any discussion in the second round? Any discussion in the second round?
Real quick, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Mays.
And we approved this. I know there was some problems with certain equipment coming in, and stop signs would be put up and lights would be off for 3-4 days. We'll see if this help improve that. I understand the delivery of parts and equipment, but I'm willing to give it a shot because I've seen accidents happen when them lights go down that long and you got stop signs set, and so I'm willing to give it a try. Thank you.
Any other discussion in the second round? Seeing none, roll call vote, please.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no, to increase the Department of Transportation budget for wages for $350,000. Seeing no more business before this body, I will adjourn this meeting.
Madam Chair, point
Yes.
of order.
Yes, sir.
It is some more business before this body. What I thought was most important of all was to see what happens with public safety and blight.
Okay, we can continue with that, if that's what your
Point of
desire.
information.
Yes, Mr.
I need to
Murphy.
excuse myself because I got to be at work.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy.
All right.
Have a good evening.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
now, I'll move to adjourn, but in the interim, between now and Monday, I hope that the city attorney's office have enough information to draft those resolutions and we vote them up or down. I'm going to move to adjourn because Mr. Murphy is leaving and we got a short crew. And I'm not willing to take a chance on some of them at this time. But through you to the city attorney, do you have that information that we went over when Whittigan was here for public safety and or blight?
I should have all of the information, but just to clarify, it was blight and what was the other, well, you just said it, I'm sorry.
You got one of these sheets with the amounts
Yes,
on it.
yes, I do. Yep.
And let me give you my number publicly, 810-922-4860. Councilman Mays, Councilman Eric Mays, that is, I did that on purpose. But call me if there's a problem. Let me know by Thursday or Friday if those resolutions gonna be ready to go for Monday. I move we adjourn.
Support.
It's been moved and seconded to adjourn. Roll call, please.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no to adjourn. This meeting is adjourned at 10:21. I shared that with them. I shared the vote.
Okay.
Yeah.